Good afternoon. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted via WebEx, an online digital platform, and will be live streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and a provincial order that limits attendance at public gatherings. My name is Nancy Oman, and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx and who can be seen and heard are Joanne Hayes, Lisa Valentini, Carl Niffel, and Larry Clay. City staff will be assisting us throughout the meeting, including moderating the WebEx platform. Agents, applicants, and other interested parties participating in this virtual hearing registered in advance and will be connecting through WebEx using a compatible electronic device. Their participation will be through audio only. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. All Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Participants who have registered in advance will be connected to this virtual hearing and will be muted automatically upon entry. When your time is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee, and I'll let you know when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. Where required, the applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Panel members and staff, is there anyone have a declaration of interest? No? Okay, are there any files to be closed this afternoon, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer?
Through you, Madam Chair, there is one item number 43, but we'll have to deal with that after 4:30.
Okay. All right, now, I believe item 25 is a deferral where the sign wasn't posted. So I think we can go to that one first because I don't show any speakers listed. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hi. Yes, this is April speaking. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, thanks.
All right, so you need a deferral to post the sign?
Yes, please. Unfortunately, I failed to post it within the 10 days.
Okay.
So I would like to request a deferral.
Okay, Panel members, so we're going to take it into committee, so panel members, so this is item 25 to the deferral. Basically, we have to defer this. Mr. Nifl, and then Ms. Hayes.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move the deferral for the reasons stated.
Okay, do you want a second, Ms. Hayes? Okay, so motion to defer, moved by Mr. Nifl, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously, so the item's been deferred. So let's go back now to item number 21, 31 Balmoral Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a covering letter from the applicants. We have a number of decisions in the area on Alcorn, Balmoral, Farnham, Foxborough, Shaftesbury, and Woodlawn Avenue. We have a building permit affecting the property from February 20th, 2020. Correspondence in support from number 2733, which is adjacent, 76 Farnham, 18 Woodlawn, 176 Balmoral, 86 Balmoral, and 30A Balmoral. And I believe that's everything. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, I'm here, Jacob Marcinkowski.
Hi. Okay, just 1 second, Mr. Marcinkowski. Do we have that person on the line a second?
No, we don't, but I can try to call him.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so if you can try, give it one shot. And panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Marcinkowski whilst we try to reach person? Ms. Valentini?
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. So there was not a prior variance for this property. Is that correct?
Yes,
Building
correct.
envelope complies with the zoning requirements.
Yes, correct. The building envelope is within zoning as of right.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything you want to add while we're giving it one try to contact the person we have listed? Mr. Marcinkowski, is there anything you want to add?
Yes, I thank you for the opportunity. This is our home. We've lived there since 2007, and we've attempted to renovate it several times, and it was structurally very difficult. So we had made the move to in 2020 to go under construction as of that building permit. That was all within the zoning, and as of right, so we conform to all setbacks and heights and so on. And now, during the pandemic, our family grew a little bit more, and we started thinking even more so about our safety within the house. And we had several balconies in those existing plans and areas that were open to below or open to above that we felt were partially a waste of space, but also significantly posed a little bit of extra danger for us, for the children. And so we thought we would close some of these spaces in. And as a result, within our existing building, within the previous building permit that conformed to all zoning setbacks and everything else, we added some GFA. So we're asking for an additional amount of square meters. So we've gone from 149 square meters, which is what was in the original building permit, to 242 square meters. That's taken us to around 97.5% coverage on our lot, which is, and as per our analysis of other Committee of Adjustment decisions in the past 10 years from the area, based upon the information we received from building records, we saw that we are sort of in the middle of that range of GFA. We know that our neighbors as well, number 33, which is adjacent, is at around 98% coverage on their lot as well. Sorry, yes, number 33, they're at about 98% coverage, although they did not go to the Committee of Adjustment in any recent history, but that is their home. And so, we were hoping that we will continue living here. We love the home, and we we would kindly ask that you consider this application for us. And we received some letters of support. We also dealt with any concerns or questions neighbors had, which is also one of the reasons we had asked to post the original building permit on the Committee of Adjustment site so that the public could see. This was actually our neighbor's suggestion, so that the public could see our original permit in comparison to the current request, that really the building envelope is essentially the same, mostly untouched.
Okay. We're unable to reach the speaker, and the panel doesn't have any questions, so we're ready to go into committee to make a decision on this, and we have read all the materials that were submitted, including all the decisions, et cetera, that you sent in.
Thank you. Okay.
All right, panel members, let's take it into committee. Ms. Hayes.
I think the application and the materials that were filed and the information just provided by the applicant certainly indicates that the building envelope is compliant. They're reclaiming some space within the property as habitable space. The FSI is not out of line with properties on this street. There are quite some large homes. And if my colleagues have no comments, I would move a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Valentini. So motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor?
Mate,
Sorry?
could I ask a question before we vote?
Sure.
Joanne, would you consider a friendly amendment to have 1.5 meter permanent opaque privacy screening along the east edges of the roof deck? It looks as though there's an overlook problem there.
Is it built already, or I don't know, or is the house under construction?
I don't know if that might have been part of the original application.
Okay, I'm just going to ask Mr. Marcinkowski. Hello?
Screening.
Hi, we couldn't hear you if you were talking,
Yep.
sorry. So is that a problem, or is that screening already there?
So the roof deck is not completed. We do intend to install some privacy screening for the neighbor to the west, because that's the one that we share. The decks, roof decks are almost next to each other. So it would be nice to have some privacy screening there, and we're not opposed to that installation. In fact, we would welcome it.
So you don't think it's difficult to tell from the materials, but you don't think that you need privacy screening on the east, just on the west? Is that correct?
Yes. To the east, there should not be any real privacy concerns. There are no overlooking windows from the roof deck. Just the west, on the west side to number 33, our roof decks are kind of almost touching. So
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
So I have my direction wrong. It is the west, not the east.
Okay.
Okay, so
All right.
then,
I'll amend my motion to include screening on the west side of the balcony,
okay, so opaque screening to 1.5.
1.5 meters.
Okay, so that motion to approve with that condition was moved by Ms. Hayes and seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, item number 2234, Roosevelt Drive. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent. We have staff report from planning asking for a condition. Forestry is asking for condition number 3. We have support from number 36, which is adjacent. Opposition from number 40, Roosevelt. And do I have the agent on the line? Hello?
Just give me 1 second.
Sorry, is this? No.
Yeah, is this Mr. Irfan?
No.
Okay.
So the agent has left the room. I can just give him a call real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna hold item 22. We're gonna move on to 23. Okay, item number 23, 65 Bristol Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of surveys, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, correspondence in opposition from 63, which is adjacent. And, okay, do I have this agent on the line?
Sorry, through you, Madam
Yeah.
Chair. We received very late materials, a cover letter and revised plans. So perhaps the applicant can walk us through what that is.
Hello,
Hi, Mr. Moretia? Hello?
I am Ravi here, architect for this project.
I'm sorry, what's your name, sir?
Yeah, I'm architect Ravi Doifode. Architect Ravi Doifode. Yeah, for 65 Bristol.
Okay. So I understand you've sent in late materials. Are you making revisions to this application, or can you walk us through whatever you're planning to change?
Yeah, can I explain briefly?
Yeah, go ahead. Okay, the clock started.
Okay, so my client basically have the extended family, and then they bought this lot recently, which is a very tight lot of the single story with a basement detached dwelling. So what we proposing, basically we are proposing addition alteration to the existing house for the three-story structure with loft apartment at the top. So since this is the extended family and all that, the client's intention is keep his whole family, like the fathers and in-laws and brothers and all that together. So that's why we come up with this small proposal. Now, while doing this, we requested 5 variances. So I will just briefly go through it. First is the front wall alteration, which we are agreed. Number 6 is the parking spaces. 2 spaces are required, and we don't have any spaces because of there is a big front trees in the front yard. Number 7 is a floor space index. The allowable.
I'm sorry, can you back up, please? We're looking at a notice here that has 5 variances. So can you walk through that? Okay, can you use the notice, please? Because that's what we have in front of us.
Oh, okay, no problem.
So number 1 is okay. You mentioned the wall stays. Okay, so number 2.
Number 2, I will come back in 1 minute because there the mismatches is there, but I can explain number 3, 4, and 5, and then I can come back to 2 if it's okay for you.
Okay, but hold on. I want you to tell us the changes first before you defend this application. So is there a change to number 2?
Yeah, the change to number 2 is happened because the allowable percentage, 45% is allowed of the interior floor area of the dwelling unit within which it is located. And we calculated 65.96. That was our calculation. And then city calculated 50%. So those numbers was not matching because maybe the interior area, what we calculated, it's not the way what the city representative calculated that area.
Okay.
But again, to making the things.
Okay, but are you keeping all I want to know right now is, are you keeping the variance the same, or are you going with the city numbers? Like, that's all I want to know.
No, we will go with the city number, ma'am.
Okay, so what are you changing it to? What is the percentage?
Yeah, so percentage like allowable is a 45% of the interior floor area of the dwelling unit, and we are going with the 50%.
Okay. So no changes.
No changes. Yeah.
Okay. Number 3, are you changing anything? So are you having 0
Number
parking?
3, no, we are not changing anything. Number 3, 2 parkings are required, and we don't have the space, so that's why we are requesting a 0 parking.
Okay. Number 4, 0.94 times the area of the lot. Is that what you're staying with?
Yeah, that's FSI. We are staying to 0.94.
Okay.
That's the requested variance.
And number 5 is the maximum permitted height for the front exterior main walls.
Yeah, that also we are keeping the same.
So you're not changing anything?
No, we are not changing anything.
Okay, so just bear with me for 1 second here. Do you have the speaker on the
Sure.
line?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair, could we just clarify then, the revised plans that were submitted today, what were the changes on those revised plans? Was it just to show the statistics that are the same as what the zoning examiner has determined as your variances?
Yes, you are right. So the floor plans is not changed, only the statistics, what I put the revision cloud, that we are agreed to go with the city's number. That's a 50%.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
right, thanks, but bear with me still. You have the speaker?
Sure.
Okay. Okay, Emma, are you on the line? This is,
Excuse me,
I'm
on the,
getting totally confused now where I am. I'm sorry.
on the
Christopher,
stats that are here, it's noted as 65.96%. And I thought the applicant said 50%.
he
Yeah,
did
in the cover letter, I mentioned why that discrepancy is there because city calculated 50% while our number is 65.96. But we are agreed with the city's calculation because they have like a more precise tools to calculate the interior area.
So this table is incorrect then.
Yeah, but that's why we added the cover letter here.
which we don't have, right? So Carl, there was late submission to
Yeah.
clarify.
Yeah, I
but
know.
We don't have it. They're gonna post it, I think, or it's on the
Yeah, if you
screen.
can scroll on the second page. Yeah, here you go. Yeah, statement below the table, we mentioned that in order to resolve the discrepancy with item 5 in today's hearing, we are ready to go with the city's calculation, which is 50% occupied by the secondary suites.
Okay.
Okay, now, Mr. McKinnon.
Christopher, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Mr. McKinnon, did you want to speak in opposition?
Hi. No, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. I
Okay,
can.
great. So actually, I hadn't had a chance to review the plans, and so I couldn't say if I was speaking in support or opposition. I think I'm not. I haven't seen the new plans that have been submitted today, so I'm not sure what exactly is different. But I think in principle, I support the addition of extra units on this property. It is quite a small house, and I think given our proximity to Dufferin as a major throughway, and the intensification that's happening around us at Dufferin and DuPont with the Galleria project and other things. We've got new transit coming in. So I actually think that Bristol Avenue being a street that is only one street over from Dufferin, a major thoroughfare with good transit, is a great place for gentle density to be coming in. So I just think I support that. I don't know what the appropriate intensification should be here. So much is it weird to just say that like I support in principle some intensification or some addition of secondary suites without saying I necessarily support this exact plan, which I haven't had a chance to review in detail because I guess there's a new plan that hasn't been circulated yet?
Yeah, maybe can you clarify again?
Sure.
Staff will
Through
clarify.
you, Madam Chair. First off, sorry, Mr. McKinnon, can you please state your address?
Oh, I live at 50 Bristol, so I'm just a couple houses south.
Okay, thank you.
On the opposite side of the street.
Okay, thank you. The applicant has confirmed that there are no changes to the plans. It was the site statistics that were incorrect because what the applicant had calculated was very different from what city staff have calculated.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
Yes. So then I think I'm not sure how you evaluate considerations like privacy with the fourth floor terrace and those kinds of things. But I sort of trust the committee knows better these things than I do. But I think in general, I support what they're proposing. If we can mitigate any possible issues for the neighbors, I know that one of the submissions is from the next door neighbors who have concerns.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
And the members will probably have some questions. Okay, so if I can have the agent back. So panel members, do you have any questions about this proposal? Mr. Clay?
Yeah, a couple. I thought I'm just going to go through them in order. A couple, I thought I heard the applicant say this was a 3-story home. Is that what I heard correctly to the applicant?
Yes,
Hello?
it's a 3-story and loft.
Oh, okay. So our material refers to this all as being a 4-story building.
No, actually, the topmost level is a loft apartment, which is just a loft space, which is hardly like 150 or 200 square feet, not more than that. Yeah.
But it's still a livable space, right? So
Yes.
in effect, it is a 4-story home.
Okay, whichever the terminology is, yeah, it is a 4-story. You can say that definitely.
So I'm struggling a little bit. Maybe you can help me. I was looking at drawing A109, and it has what looks like the height as being 10 meters. Yeah, if you look in there, you zoom in on that, and I think it shows heights. Can you guys? Anyone zoom in on that or not? Yeah.
No, sir, that is an accessory structure in the backyard.
Oh, heavens
That's
to
the accessory
Betsy.
building.
So, did I say that? Heavens to Betsy.
It's the next page, I think. It's the next one. Is that one?
Yeah, okay, so the next one then, yeah, so that one then has a total height of 11.62 meters. Usually there's a 10-meter cap on height, and I was a little surprised that you didn't require a height variance. So there's no height variance for this dwelling?
Yeah, because when we went through the zoning review and all that, they didn't mention about the heights.
There's just,
Okay, then I guess maybe the bylaw allows for 12 meters, I guess.
Yeah, permitted building height, sir, it's a 12 meter.
12 meters, okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
And lastly, I think someone mentioned about the terrace, the fourth floor terrace, I guess.
Yeah.
So there's no variances required for that either?
No.
Is that terrace screened with privacy screening?
We can screen the privacy. We can equip with the privacy screen to protect the privacy of the neighbors and all that, which we can go around 7 to 8 feet as recommended by the city.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. You have a sidewall height variance for the 2 dormers, I guess, that sort of make the 4th floor livable. Are there any examples of other 4-story or sidewall heights of that nature on this street or in close proximity?
Frankly speaking, I think we are the first one who trying to explore this opportunity of like the reasonable size density into this on that street particularly. So as our neighbor says rightly, we want to set because since this is very close proximity to the Dufferin Street and all that, our intention is that to make this street more kind of with a reasonable size density and more livable, more vibrant. Right now, if you see, all those houses are like the ground story 1 and all. So if you can get some more density, and definitely the streetscape, it will be like the inspiration to the others to develop like the similar kind of a development here.
I just don't see anything that is, I see 2.5. I don't see really any 3-story or 4, like, or close to, or visually up to 4 stories. So have I missed something? Can you point me to any?
Do you know any high rise or any mid
I
rise?
see 2, and I do acknowledge there are certainly 2.5 story, mainly with a door, the half story and a peak in the peak of the roof. But I don't see any 3 stories or 3 and dormers. So I'm just I might have missed something, so that's why I'm asking the question.
Can I just follow up on that, Joanne?
Certainly.
I'm confused in the same manner as you because actually I had to scroll through this a number of times. There's not a sidewall height variance unless I'm wrong, but
No, there's
front.
a wall height for, yeah, there's for the more than 9.5 wall height for more than 60% of the total width.
Right, but that says the height of the front and
I think
rear.
I think it's the dormers on the side.
But it doesn't say that in the variance, so I was confused as to whether or not that is correct. And it's supposed to be side instead of front, anyway. But
Yeah,
how
okay,
do you have a height variance?
maybe I'm mistaken then.
Am I reading it wrong? I had this confusion as I was reading it, and then now that we're talking about it, I keep thinking there's got to be a height variance here, and I don't understand when the plans look like the front wall height is not 9.5
Well, it says
meters.
the front wall height's 9.14.
I know, so that's where I'm confused as well. So just to follow up on your question, okay.
Okay, any other questions, Mr. Niffel?
Maybe could we get some clarification of that then, please? Because I was thinking it was for the dormers without windows on both sides of the attic space, for lack of a better word, or the roof.
Yeah, because the percentage of openings allowed on that side, let's say side and all that, we have some limitations how much percentage we can do on that wall. So that's why we're not providing any windows on that side yard dormer. But we are, see, this is not the final one. We may get some light from the front of the front setback for the dormer area. So the dormer is the sorry, I will cross check my comments here. On the rear side of the dormer, rear side of the loft apartment, we provided like the good glazing there. If you can see the drawing number A107.
Okay, so thank you very much. Can I just ask a question of staff, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
In terms of the zoning review, then, because the plan we look at, it talks about 9.1 for the front wall. To my colleague's question in terms of rereading that variance, where's the 9.5 come from? And then the wall height on the dormers on the roof, they don't need a variance? There was no variance, no sidewall variances necessary, I take it?
Through you, Madam Chair, I've just checked the plans that were submitted for the zoning review, and they're identical to what the Committee of Adjustment has. And a review was done by the zoning examiner, so they've determined that only 5 variances are required.
So, okay, thank you. I just, because the plans say 9.14 and it talks about 9.54 and, okay.
Mr. Niffel?
Yeah.
Thank you.
To the applicant, through you, Madam Chair, could I ask you a couple of questions on A107, which is the one that's on the screen now? You mentioned in answer to Mr. Clay's question that you would screen the open terrace as required by planning, or by the city. Have you had discussions about screening? Because we don't have anybody that specified screening. I personally believe you need it on the north and the south edges, but it sounded from your answer as though you'd already made an agreement with some agency of the city. That's my first question. My second question has to do with, on this drawing on the other side, there's the terrace and then there's the loft space. What does it mean in the space that I presume is attic space where it says open to below? What's open?
Because at the loft apartment, at the third level, we have the double height area, which we are using it for like the kitchen and dining area. If you can see A106 drawing. Yeah.
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
So that's on the second floor?
Third floor, sir.
Third floor?
Yeah.
Okay, so now go up to the 4th floor. So that space that says open to below, that's actually building. That's an open space. Is there any
Yes.
connection between that space? And that explains your other question. You mentioned you might get some light from the dormer at the front. The dormer at the front in your elevations is shown as closed, but are you talking about having light go in through that dormer at the front in the roof into this double space? And then presumably the way you answered the question, it sounded as though the wall between the loft and the open space there's an opening in it. Do you understand why it's confusing?
No, because basically what we are trying to do, we try to get the private space on the rear yard. We don't want to bring this bedroom 4 onto giving the terrace on the front. So that's why we try to give them the double height. And then whatever the light is required for the bedroom 4, we are trying to get it from the rear deck, rear terrace, what I have it here.
Okay, so the dormer at the front of the building doesn't have glass in it then?
No, no.
And the adjacent to the loft space, there is the 2nd floor of the kitchen dining room area.
Yes, you got it. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay, sir, is there anything you want to add before we go into committee to make a decision on this? Mr. Defoe?
Can I, Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt, can I ask one more question?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Okay, another question?
Yeah, sorry about this. It's in relation to variance 5 and back to the height again. It says, you know, whatever, the front and rear will exceed 9.5 meters for a total 100% of the width, blah, blah, blah. So what is the height of it? If it's exceeding 9.5, like what height are we talking about? Do we know?
Hello? Are you there? Did we
Yeah.
lose him?
You're talking to me?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know, I may have mispronounced your name, but did you hear the question?
No, can you please repeat it, ma'am?
Okay, go ahead, Ms.
Oh,
Valentini.
I can repeat it.
Thanks.
Do you want me to repeat it?
Yep.
I was just wondering, for variance number 5, it talks about exceeding the height of 9.5 meters, but how much is it exceeding it by? Is it exceeding it by?
Yeah, that's my question actually, because we are only doing 9.14 meter.
Okay, I won't go back to that. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out what we're approving, but that's, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Ravi, we're ready to go into committee. Is there anything you want to add?
No, we don't want to add anything, but like what our neighbor specified this particular point regarding the privacy screen.
Right.
Though we not talk anything with the city member regarding the privacy screen and all that, but we are respect the neighbor's privacy, and we don't mind to do the proper privacy screen on the rear terrace so that like the neighbor's privacy will be not disturbed at all.
Okay. Okay, panel members?
Madam Chairman, before we go into committee, in further to Lisa's point, I really don't think we can leave variance 5 worded the way it is. It doesn't tell you how high it is. And how can we approve a variance that basically says 100% of the wall can be more than 9.5 and that 88.5% of the wall can be more than 9.5, but we don't know how much higher? I thought Lisa's point was, I had the same question. I don't know how high it is.
Through you,
And it
Madam.
seems to me that if it's a variance, we need to specify the height.
Through you, Madam Chair. In this situation, then you may have to consider a deferral in order for the zoning examiner to determine that, because it was a zoning review that was submitted.
Okay.
Or what about tying it to plans? I don't know. I'm not even sure if that's even, whether we need more information, but it seems strangely worded. I'm not sure if it would come back with the same variance or not. Who knows?
Well, let's take it into committee then and make a decision with what the panel's comfortable with doing. So either deferring it to get the number or dealing with it as it is before us.
Well, I'll start. I mean, it sounds like we're more or less comfortable with this application. It just seems, to have them come back in 3 months. I think I like Lisa's suggestion of maybe tying it to plans. Wouldn't that then satisfy any outstanding concern about manipulating the front wall height? To any different standard than it appears on the plans? I mean, if you're comfortable with that height, it seems, overall seems quite high to me, but I get that if it's in the bylaw, then I guess that's fine. And tying it to plans would assure us that, that front wall wouldn't exceed what we're looking at on the plans. A110, I think it is. What do you guys think?
Any other thoughts?
I think that it's through you, Madam Chair. I agree with Larry. My only issue is the concern I had with this particular project was the height. And so, I mean, I have in my notes that I think it's a little out of keeping. I think it is partially because it's a narrow building. It looks extremely high. And so I had some trouble with the height. And then it's exacerbated by the fact that the dormers on the side actually add to the height. I'm not overly impressed with what we've got in the elevations, but if it's just going to be a deferral to get a number and it's going to be the same proposal, then I suspect I'd support it. But I do have some difficulties with the height, and I'm uncomfortable not knowing how high it is.
So if I might as well chime in, but I have concerns about the height as well. I mean, it is presenting as a 4-story building, and on the street, it seems like it's going to be a lot taller than everything else around. So I struggle because I don't understand how there's not a height variance. Perhaps this is what's permitted in the area, but it seems, it does seem to be out of keeping with everything else. I mean,
yeah.
Yeah, oh, sorry, Joanne.
Sorry. I'm concerned about that it's out of character with what's on the street. It reads like a 4-story, and whether or not, the sidewall height with the dormers is not a variance because the dormers take up not sufficient percentage of the space, but I still think it reads like a 4-story building, and I think it's out of character. And I don't even, on reading that variance again, I'm not certain of what that variance 5 even means. Because the front wall height there's not up and downs on it. It's the same. And then you get the roof, and then you get the dormer. So I don't even know what the variance applies to. So I'm confused. But I can't support the application in its current form.
Okay. Anyone?
Well, Madam Chairman, I agree with Joanne and Lisa. I can't support it either. So I would like to bring forward a motion to deny the application.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay. Motion to refuse the application moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay. The application has been refused. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to 22. Do you have the agent now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just read. So the item 22, 34 Roosevelt Road, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent. Planning's asking for a condition. Forestry is asking for condition number 3. We have correspondence in support from 36, which is adjacent, as well as number 40. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Can you state your name?
I'm speaking through the phone, Madam Chair.
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's a bit of an echo.
Okay.
Do you have a device running in the background with the hearing?
Yes.
Can you turn it on?
I have turned off my computer, speaker and mic, perhaps.
Okay, all right, yeah, I think it's a bit better
Okay.
now.
So,
So what, I need your.
Madam Chair, my name is.
Yeah, your name.
Okay,
please.
I will step away from my computer, so I won't have access to my files, but I will be able to speak. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yeah, can you just start with your name, please, for the record?
Yes, madam. Yes, my name is Nadeem Irfan, NIA Architects, 10 Milner Business Court, Suite 710, Scarborough, Ontario, M1B 3C6.
Okay, 1 second. Could you have the speaker? Can you, I'm just gonna go to a speaker I have listed here, okay? Just bear with me a second.
Sure.
Hi,
Can you give me a pen?
Emma?
Hi there.
Hi, are you speaking in opposition to this?
No, I'm just here observing.
Oh, so you don't want to speak then? Okay.
At the end, could you just offer it to me? In case there's something I want to say.
Kind of not the way the formatting goes, so do you have, if there's any concerns, maybe just tell me now so that the applicant can speak to them.
Nope. I just wanted to hear the presentation and then respond to it, but if that's not the way it's done, that's cool.
Well, we don't normally do a presentation unless the panel members need it, or if there's opposition. But so usually we go to questions if we don't need a presentation.
Okie dokie.
Okay. Thanks. Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for the applicant? Anybody? No?
Odd one. Why do you need the driveway width of?
Hi, Mr. Irfan?
And yes, can you hear me?
Yes?
Okay, we have a existing right-of-way which we cannot close, and because it's a shared driveway, and we are proposing an integral garage, and for that matter, a driveway seems like it's excessive, but the reality is that the driveway itself is 2.9, I believe, proposed, which is well within the permitted driveway width. But because it's in attached to the existing right-of-way, so the variance becomes 4.55.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have a question? Okay, Mr. Irfan, we've read all the materials and we're ready to go into committee. Is there anything you want to add that you want the committee to know before we go into committee to make a decision?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have worked with the community planning staff. We have worked with the neighbors, both neighbors. We have a support letter from the neighbors on north, and on the south, we have an agreement with the neighbor, and we just wanted to say if you could consider those things in making decisions.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're aware of the planning conditions?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, as well as forestry. Okay.
Yes.
Maybe, can you guys put the planning report up just so the people watching can see the conditions? All right, panel members, let's take it into committee for a decision. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. Having reviewed all the materials on file, although there are quite a number of variances, in my view, none of them are excessive either individually or collectively, and I don't think that it is what is being proposed is uncharacteristic of development and built form in the neighborhood. And if my colleagues have no further comment, I would move a motion to approve the application subject to the planning conditions and forestry condition number 3.
Okay, and that's seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So motion is moved by Ms. Hayes with the conditions as outlined by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 24. 33 Bowden Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a revised zoning notice. We have Forestry asking for condition number 1. Correspondence in support from 37 and 35 Bowden, and opposition from number 27, 39, and 31. So opposition from one adjacent neighbor and support from another. And I am showing a couple of speakers. Well, actually, 4. Do we have them all? Okay. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hi, yes, my name is Mike D'Oliveira. I'm here representing 33 Bowden Street, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Okay, welcome back. So we have opposition, so I need you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, and we'll start the clock now.
Certainly. So at first, I'd like to clarify that our application is actually seeking relief to the bylaw to infill the second floor of the existing rear 2-story addition. We do have a permit for the same type of addition that you're seeing now on the site plan. We're just infilling what was originally open to below in the initial permit that was cleared. So although it appears this is all part of the addition that's being proposed now, it's really just to infill the second floor portion. Everything else is as of right and meets the bylaws for the area. Our clients have spoken to many of the neighbors in the neighborhood, collecting 3 letters of support, as you had mentioned. And there is also no objection from any city staff. We haven't had any reports from planning or discussions with them contrary to our proposal. And although there's letters of objection have been posted in regards to our application, a majority of the issues brought up in regards to items that are in compliance with the zoning bylaw. As I said, this addition is already approved for the most part from a permit we've already received. It's just the infill of that second floor. Our clients have taken the concerns from neighbors from the start with the utmost importance and have stepped in the lower level on the south side to provide some additional separation, as can be seen on the site plan. And through extensive discussions with their neighbor, Ben, at 31 Bowden, they have agreed to revise the rear deck to step down closer to grade level when moving forward with the building permit process. Unfortunately, we weren't able to get revisions in to show that prior to the hearing, but that is something they've agreed to in the past couple of weeks here. Sorry, they have also assured them that no plans are proposed now or in the future to provide second-story or rear third-story decks now or in the future, as outlined in some of the letters of objection that were posted. And we believe doing this helped to minimize their privacy concerns, which I believe when you hear from Ben shortly, will echo these discussions as well. Although we're seeking 0.75 floor space index, this is a difference of only 21.54 square meters or 0.06 FSI in relation to the permitted. And as I mentioned previously, we're building completely within the existing footprint of the home or the permitted footprint of the home. There is also similar additions at the corners of Dearborn and Bowden or Fairview and Bowden, in which our property sits right in the middle. And these are similar sized lots that have FSIs well exceeding 1.09 FSI and beyond. And as I mentioned, we're only asking for that 0.06 FSI or overall 0.75. Open any questions you might have at the moment, and
Okay, I think
anything to come back with.
Mr. Nipfel, go ahead, and then I'm going to go to the opposition, if that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Could you pull up a drawing Z16? I just have a question from what the applicant just said. You mentioned that you have agreed to lower the ground floor deck, I believe, and I know that is a theme that goes through many of the objections. On Z16, it's actually shown quite close to the ground. Are you proposing to lower it even further than is shown on that drawing?
Yes, the idea is we probably end up with just a 3-foot kind of platform with the steps required down to grade level, just so we have the initial landing required by building code. And then instead of having a deck, you know, that's 2-3 feet up from grade, it would be closer to ground level.
Okay, so it would be like a grade level deck, and the screening would not necessarily be an issue.
Essentially, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Delavier. I'll have you back after we hear from the opposition.
Deanne, you've been unmuted.
Diane?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Is the volume all right?
It's good. Can you identify yourself, name and address for the record? And after you've done that, we'll restart the clock and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Diane Vezina. I'm here with my husband, Russell Orr. We live at 27 Bowden Street. We've been here since 1991.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to say that this is a neighborhood of century homes with no looming structures. In fact, the character of our neighbor and the value of our lifetime investment in our homes has to do with the entire street having flowing backyards. And my ask, if you will, is not going to come from a position of acceptance, because the structure has already been built. The structure, in my opinion, has to be taken back and respect the 4 tests that are set out in Section 4.5 of the Planning Act. We are appalled that we were misled. The application, in our view, attempts to circumvent the zoning bylaw in both spirit and in letter. The photos that were sent to you from 31 Bowden, I think those pictures say everything. The variance is not minor. We were led to believe it would be in keeping with the neighborhood. The value of the properties to the north and south are now diminished. I think it's just not difficult to imagine anyone going into the house at 31 Bowden and wanting to buy that house with a big wall looking right into your house and interfering with your privacy. It's a complete change and a total imposition in the neighborhood. In our letter, we commented on the quote, "What you permit, you promote." And that's really about the precedent that's being set here for the rest of the street. We believe it's a threat to our homes and our way of living and our investments. At 27 Bowden, we live next door to the south of us with an elderly person, and that house will probably be sold in the not too distant future. If that were to happen in the same way that it has happened to the neighbors in 31 Bowden, we would have people looking in our sunroom, looking in our bedroom, and looming over our backyards. So we are saying that the structure is not compatible with the existing neighborhood, it's not desirable, and it's not appropriate. And I have to ask the question, when did it ever become acceptable to build without proper neighborhood consultation, and then do so in such a way that really violates the integrity of the street and the privacy? This was imposed on us. The neighborhood is asking the committee for protection from this type of, I consider it bullying. The structure as it stands is detrimental to the neighborhood and the landscape, and it has already had a huge emotional and financial impact on the neighbors both to the north and the south. There is strong opposition in the neighborhood that will not go away. None of us want to be in the horrid position of our neighbors at 35 and 31 Bowden. The only precedent that matters to us is that the city draws a line in the sand that says no to this particular build. To us, there's a very disrespectful method of building first and then going through the sham process of asking later. So it begs the question, where are the limits? Will other people be able to just apply for a build to get around zoning regulations and having to consult? We ask the committee not to reward this attempt to blunt the ability of neighbors to provide input on their plans that grossly exceed the allowable FSI for this area. when we did our research, we learned, because this is our first time ever doing this, that Chapter 4 of Toronto's official plan says that no changes will be made through rezoning, minor variance, consent, or other public action that are out of keeping with the overall physical character of the entire neighborhood. This proposed variance impacts the privacy, the sunlight, the views, and indeed the entire integrity of the neighborhood. In conclusion, we believe that the right thing, it won't be the easy thing, but the right thing to do, regardless of how unpopular or inconvenient, is not to enable this construction. The structure must be reduced. Those photos just tell the entire story. I mean, just imagine if you were living in that house. It would be a breach of our trust in the city to accept anything less. Our neighborhood has flowing backyards. This particular construction has taken the ground floor of a century home, turned it into a garage, and then built out living space into the back, taking up the yard, taking down tree, and absolutely blocking the views. So that is our conclusion. We ask that the right thing be done and that a very serious examination and conversation take place regarding the change and precedent being set in this complete street and neighborhood. So to the committee and Madam Chair, thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker, panel members? No? Okay, thank you. Mr. Thompson?
Yeah, I'm not an adjoining neighbor. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you state your name and address? For
Yeah,
the
it's
record?
Warren Thompson. I live at 59 Fairview.
Okay.
I'm not an adjoining neighbor. I basically second what Diane had to say, but I am concerned that it seems unusual that someone would build an addition with a 20-foot ceiling in it, and then make an application for a variance to put the floor and make it a 10-foot ceiling. Why wouldn't you have just done that from the outset? And it does seem to appear that he's been less than forthright with his application. He's taking, he's not treating the neighborhood in a fair manner. He's basically put up a workhorse made out of a 12-foot beam with heavy wood supports on either side, and put that in the middle of the road for the last 3 months, so nobody gets to park there. During the winter time, it's difficult to park in this neighborhood. There's 3 other constructions going on simultaneously in the neighborhood, and they don't seem to have to do that. So it seems to have a bit of a disregard for the neighbors, but I am not directly infringed by what's happening in the backyard. And that's basically all I have to say. I'm concerned as to the manner in which he's approached this.
Okay, thank you for your input. Any questions, panel members? Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Greenhouse.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Again, name and address for the record, please.
Thanks. Ben Greenhouse, joined with my wife, Jennifer Polk. We're at 31 Bowden, which is immediately to the south of the property in question.
Okay, we'll start the clock now. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thanks. So thank you for the time. Thanks to Diane and Warren. I realize you've had the chance to read the letter that we sent, so I want to just highlight and end with a bit of a request. As has been discussed, we've been advised that this current addition that's built, I mean, it's not sided, but it's built there in plywood, is compliant with the zoning bylaw. As you've heard, we think the intent's always clearly been to add the floor space, and that the process taken has avoided the has been to avoid the consultation and or to avoid delay prior to building it. As Diane mentioned, there's pictures in our submission. You can see what it does to our house and our backyard, where previously there was a view to the north. There's now about 12 feet, about 2.7 meters, quite close to the lot line. Although I do recognize it did get stepped back further than would be absolutely required in an attempt to mitigate that, but that's really a question of a couple of feet. We do understand that we're not able to object in this hearing to the size of the addition. If we were, we would. And we would make the following arguments that it's not a minor change, as I think Diane's explained. It does go far beyond our house and beyond anyone else who backs onto the shared yards. It is close to our lot line, although again, I recognize it's farther back than it absolutely could be. But that does have serious impacts on our privacy and on shading to the neighbors to the north. I know there's sometimes discussion about it's necessary. As Diane mentioned, the depth is necessary in our view because of the addition of the integral garage at the front, which again, as others have said, doesn't really keep with the character of the neighborhood. And again, I'm somewhat reiterating, so I'll be quick, but again, just designing a house with a 2-story hole and then filling it in later doesn't really seem to follow the intent of this process, the amendment process. So our understanding, though, is that this variance only relates to the FSI, and that it's related to putting a floor in to allow a master bedroom in the rear of the house. So if we're solely focused on that question, our concern as the neighbors to the south is that by putting a floor in there, a balcony that, as the agent suggested, the current owners tell us they have no intention of doing it, and we believe them. But if a balcony was to be added on the top of the single-story extension at the back, it would look directly back into our master bedroom, which up until now has been private, and the wall is almost entirely windows. We have talked with Sarah and Costa, the owners at 33, about the balcony. As I mentioned, they've committed they're not going to do it, but we do have a concern that this will enable a future owner, should there be one while we live here, not being obliged to honor it. We've talked to Sarah and Costa about this. They've been very open to working with us on mitigating concerns, but they are perhaps understandably reluctant to do anything that would put a restriction in this nature on title. I had some thought, as I mentioned in my letter, that we may be able to suggest a condition to the variance that would prohibit it, but in the short time we've been unable to come up with a proposal based on any precedent. So we're sort of jointly asking the committee if there's any ability to impose a condition that would prohibit such a balcony as this variance comes through, and appreciate any guidance that you could give. But I think that's, like I said, I think we echo some of the concerns about the process, but as it relates specifically to adding this floor area, our concern is really about the potential for a balcony there. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Just to Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, if we were to entertain a condition, is that really enforceable? I mean, in the future, for no balcony? It's one of those we can put it on, but.
Madam Chairman, could we possibly tie any approval to the plans, because the plans don't include a balcony?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would sooner suggest tying to the elevation plans.
Okay. Okay, so we'll go to the final speaker then.
Having said that, however,
Yeah.
even if we were to approve it and tie it to plans, if a platform or a balcony is permitted under the bylaw,
Yeah,
they would be permitted. I don't know if it is. I'm just saying generally, tying it to plans wouldn't prohibit future if someone wanted to make an application and it was permitted under the bylaw and they didn't need an application for a variance. That would just be my
Yeah, good point.
general caution there.
No, you make a good point, because if it is permitted for a certain size, you're right, they can do it as of right, or they could come back and ask for variances. Okay, we have one more speaker.
John, you've been unmuted.
My name is John Percival. I live at 29 Bowden Street. Thank you for allowing me to express my views today, which will be brief. I have two overarching objectives, and one is to protect our beautiful neighborhood, including green space. Toronto calls itself a green city. I think we should be putting that into practice. The other thing is that we have rules, we have bylaw rules. I think we should enforce those bylaw rules. We should have rules that are fair, reasonable, equally applied to everyone, clear, not fuzzy, strictly enforced, exceptions only when absolutely needed, say perhaps for disability. And I think that's what we need for a harmonious neighborhood. We've been here for 35 years. Most of my neighbors have been here for 30 years or more. This is the first real acrimony in terms of variance that I can recall. And I'm sad to see it. I'm happy to have new neighbors at 33 Bowden. 33 Bowden was in dire need of renovation. I'm glad to see that happen. And I wish all the best for our new neighbors there. But I just hope that we can move forward on this, where we continue with the wonderful community, neighbors helping neighbors, neighbors trusting neighbors, believing in laws and bylaws, and able to move forward in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Percival. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none. All right, Mr. D'Olivier, are you there?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Can you speak to the issues that were raised? We'll reset the clock again to 5 minutes.
Certainly. So there's been some comments raised about the front garage not being allowed. However, this is not the case. Great care has been taken to minimize the look of the garage while keeping the majority of the front porch and canopy from the street. The garage door will appear to be partially hidden by the structure that remains. They mentioned that garage such as this is the first on Bowden, but 27 Bowden, 2 doors over itself, has an attached garage along with 45. This integral garage also provides needed parking for the property, which currently has none, and frees up additional space on the street. Although some of the neighbors might feel that the addition was not done properly, given the delays of the current and ongoing situation and time delays of the hearing itself taking up to 6 months, every month that our client has to wait to proceed with construction is adding unnecessary costs. With each passing month, the prices for materials and labors throughout the city is exceeding. It is common practice to get multiple phase permits to allow for work to proceed when possible. We do, however, believe that great care has been given to include materials and design elements found throughout the neighborhood at great cost to our clients, although given the photos, it may look like it's just going to be plywood with some siding. They're actually moving forward with doing a brick siding to match with the existing characteristic of the house and the rest of the street, similar to other additions that have been done along Bowden. This is at great cost to them. We believe that this will help keep the addition in the character of the neighborhood, and as we move forward with the revisions to the rear deck to help mitigate the concerns of the privacy brought up by 31 Bowden and 35 Bowden. I believe we've done what we could here to keep this something that would be fitting addition to the neighborhood. We are open to agreements to not have feature decks on the upper levels as mentioned by the neighbor. However, I'm not exactly sure how that would be placed in effect by the panel members. Perhaps city staff can comment. But I just do want to point out, if we do title plans, we just want to make sure we leave it open to the point where we can do the reduction of the rear deck as discussed with the neighbor. So I just want to make sure anything we do there is still possible to help their concerns. Opening any questions you might have.
Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. The first, I understand the garage is permitted. Just curious, because there's not currently, I believe, a curb cut. Is that correct? There's not like front yard parking there. So
no, there is no curb cut.
Is it easy just to, there is no curb cut, right? Is that what you just said?
No, there is no.
That's what. Yes. So is that a separate process to go ahead? Because it seems, I don't want to say unusual, but I mean, you know, can you just go ahead and get a curb cut for that without any issue? Like, because you know, there's street parking on that, I think, on that side.
It's part of discussions with transportation, but they haven't raised any concerns. They haven't provided any reports against us on this. It is ongoing. We're just in the middle of dealing with urban forestry because there is city trees kind of in that area as well. So we're discussing doing a slight bend to the driveway, which they just got back to us earlier yesterday on, but they're okay with that revision to clear the tree issues in the front. So we are dealing with urban forestry and transportation as well, but those aren't necessarily going to cause any hurdles to that garage being in place as it's proposed. And
it just seemed unusual to me that, you know, I know you're not seeking a variance for it, but that was the first question. Second question is you know, this build the shell that's compliant and then capture the space after. I can see why the neighbors, you know, are displeased with that process. You know, in any event, what exactly, you said you're capturing second floor space? Is it the whole master bedroom? So if you did not get this variance, the shell would stay, but the master or the second floor bedroom at the back would go? I said it was the master or principal suite. I don't know. I have to look at the floor plans again. What are you capturing? Well, like,
so
you know.
If you pull up the second floor plan, it's essentially the area labeled bedroom 1 and then walk-in closets. That's the area that's currently open to below. There's a bit of a different configuration for the bathroom that tied into more of a hallway and into the other bedroom that's there. But essentially,
I see.
It's that bedroom and walk-in closet area that gets recaptured if this was to be approved today.
And I believe you amended the numbers so that it's you're asking for 0.69 rather than 0.75?
No, the issue was the zoning examiner released the zoning notice that had 0.6 instead of the permitted 0.69 as the
that was
for
the
the
issue.
area.
I thought you
reissued
were
the
revising
notice.
what you were requesting. Okay, so it's really supposed to be 0.69 is what's permitted.
Correct.
So
that's why I was saying, yeah, that's why I was saying the difference is really just 0.06 FSI.
Okay, and if this variance wasn't approved, the build form would stay the same, you're saying, and it would be a double height ceiling.
That's correct. It would be open to the living room and kitchen below.
Mr. Niffel.
You indicated sympathy with the neighbors about the putting balconies or terraces. Would you find a condition worded something like terraces and balconies are not permitted on the second and third level as shown on the submitted drawings a reasonable condition? I understand your concern about tying everything to the drawings because you still want to negotiate the height of the ground floor deck. So that makes all the sense in the world to me. But would wording such as that be acceptable to you?
As long as it would allow us to do the changes for the rear deck, and if it's something that city planning believes is something we could word properly for the application, but I believe we'd be okay with that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clay.
Yeah, I understand your approach to building and getting approvals as you go along, but I just wonder why you wouldn't. I mean, a bedroom seems like a reasonable thing to put in an addition, and I'm wondering why you started out with a building permit without the bedroom and now are adding it afterwards. And then further to that point, it sounds like you're going to be coming back potentially for a variance for front yard parking, or at least a driveway or a curb cut. I think I can understand some of the residents' concern when they're seeing incremental changes rather than being able to see your proposal fully as a whole from the get-go. And actually, as a committee, it helps us to be able to see applications in full at one time so that we can assess the broader impact of the entire application. So I'm not sure there's a question in there or an observation, but maybe the question is, why wouldn't you have come forward with the bedroom proposal earlier when you were getting your building permit?
Well, first off, in terms of the garage, there shouldn't actually be any reason for us to go back to committee. We already have approval for the garage as is. The revisions I was mentioning, that was just to comply with concerns from Forestry to kind of angle the last bit of the driveway there. It wouldn't actually require us to come back to committee. There's no front yard landscaping variances or anything like that.
No. But you will have to get approval for a parking pad or at least a driveway and a curb cut, right?
Well, no, the driveway is permitted, and we don't need a parking pad. We're parking within the rear wall of the house. Where it's an integral garage, so there's no variances around that. The curb cut is just a transportation permit. It wouldn't necessarily have to come back to committee. So does that kind of clear up that portion of it?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. And yeah, as per why this is broken up into multi-phases, as I mentioned, there's been plenty of delays, as you can imagine, between contractors being booked up and supply chain issues over the last 2 years with COVID. So it made sense for our client to be able to proceed with the project and ensure that they could move into the home sooner, that we break up this project into multiple phases. Everything is in compliance except for the FSI here, so they're well aware that if we were denied, they couldn't add in this bedroom, but everything else was fitting with zoning variances for the area. So it was integral to get this started, to get the project rolling and avoid any unnecessary costs.
Ms. Hayes, did you have a question?
Can I just, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, on the site plan, the driveway is shown. So, but we didn't have any comments from transportation, so whatever process they have to go through there. Just a general note, all the drawings have the wrong address on them. They're 36 Robert Street. Just so you know. I thought I was looking at the wrong application for a while. Yeah, okay, so that was just, that should be corrected, just as a highlight. So I guess to Mr. Clay's point, so your plan, I guess I do have a little bit of concern about this, how this has been approached, but so initially, was there not, if you weren't going to get approval, you were not going to have that bedroom?
Yes, essentially, they are aware that if we don't have approval for the FSI, then we couldn't have a bedroom as shown on the drawing.
Thank you.
Ms. Valentini?
So I just need to make a further comment about the way this is. I mean, I understand what you're saying from your client's perspective, escalating costs, delays. If we saw this on every application, I would think it'd be very chaotic for us to be, you know, people building the outer shell. You know, I understand, and in some cases it works, in some cases it doesn't, but I think it would be chaotic if everybody built the outer shell to the specifications of the bylaw, then came back and asked for FSI variances, because in my view, the FSI is a key factor in determining whether the actual building shell, you know, it helps temper and make sure that the built form is, you know, fits in the neighborhood. So I have issues with people who are approaching it this way. I don't think it's the right way to do it, and you know, I think it runs the risk of this very thing. I mean, the proper way to do it is to consult with the neighbors and to come up, you know, to come up with a plan that fits within the neighborhood. So I have concerns about this application with the way that's been handled, and I think the pictures that were provided by, I think it was the neighbor at 31, you know, that this whole thing came before us with, you know, anyway, I have concerns about the impact that this would have on 31 and the other side. I think, you know, I understand that the shell can stay, but I think that the FSI is another factor that helps temper that. So I feel like you've gone about this the wrong way. So I'm not going to be supporting this application, but I just, you know, I don't know if there are other FSIs in the area that are similar and other built forms adjacent to these houses that fit in with what you're proposing. Like the FSI and the built form go hand in hand. So
Can I comment on that?
Let me just go to Mr. Nipfel for a second. He has a question.
I was just going to elaborate on what Ms. Valentini just mentioned. Having established that it's being done progressively in phases adds, to my view, increased urgency to the concerns that those two roofs will at some point be turned into decks. That's another way of progressively, and now they're just roofs and there isn't a privacy issue. But there's substantial protrusions out to the back of the building. And as decks, they would be huge privacy issues. So I just like to reinforce what Lisa's saying and saying, well, having identified that this is the way the project is proceeding, the next logical step would be to turn the roofs into terraces. And I completely understand why the residents are concerned with that.
Okay, Mr. De Oliveira, you wanted to say something?
Yes, so as I mentioned, we're totally open to any kind of conditions to make sure that future rooftop balconies or decks don't happen. So we're definitely on board there. Our client has no want to add any of that. They've expressed that multiple times with the not attached neighbors, with the adjoining neighbors on either side. And in terms of similar approvals in the area, in our research, there's at least 40 plus applications that have higher FSIs than what we're proposing. And as I mentioned, our address actually sits right in the middle of two that have FSIs much greater at Fairview and so it was the other address I had here, but Dearborn and at the intersection of Dearborn and Bowden and at Fairview and Bowden, both have FSIs of 1.09 to all the way up to 1.34 FSI. And those are similar sized lots. And in terms of the depth of our addition to the rear, the lowermost addition is going to basically be at the same depth as neighboring 37 Bowden. And in terms of the relation of our addition to, say, 31 Bowden, the lowermost addition is less than 9 feet from the back wall of 31, and the second floor is less than 3 feet from the back wall of 31 as well. So we're not actually extending that much further than any of those other properties. And as I mentioned, that all kind of fits in within the allowable building depth / length.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, seeing none, let's take it into committee. Ms. Hayes.
Although I have quite a number of concerns with the way that this application has been approached, when we look, strip that away and look at the variance being requested, it is, in my view, minor. There's no length variance, there's no depth variance, there's no height variance, there's no rear yard setback variance, there's no landscape variance. The only variance is the FSI. And I think the amount being requested, I would consider to be minor. Having said that, it's unfortunate that I do not feel we have the authority to put in place a condition that would not allow something that the bylaw may allow. So I don't think we can put on conditions that prohibit a balcony. Having said all that, I would be in favor of supporting this application.
Okay, anyone else?
I'm unable to support the application unless there's a prohibition on balconies.
Okay, Ms. Valentini?
I am not going to be supporting the application as well. I think if this whole thing came before us as one package, while I understand numerically, it doesn't look like a large variance when I look at it from, and I think those, for me, those pictures indicated there is going to be impact on the neighbors on both sides, particularly 35. So I won't be supporting this application. It's unfortunate it went ahead this way. So I'm not saying that's the reason why I don't support support it, but I think that the FSI in this built form has an impact on the neighbors. So I won't be supporting it.
Mr. Clay?
I think it's fair to say that we all are disappointed with the process that this application is before us. I think we'd all rather see an application in its entirety so that we can make an informed decision and neighbors have the ability to see in its totality what can be put there. Having said that, I too think that the actual variance that's before us is really quite modest. These are not FSIs that are out of character with surrounding neighborhoods and neighborhoods across the city. The addition that is there now was built basically as of right. They're not seeking any other variances, as Joanne pointed out. You know, I think they're entitled to build that kind of a structure in that site. I don't think it's unreasonable to put an addition out to the back that doesn't exceed what the length and depth bylaws require. I'm hard pressed. I think we need to send a message to you know, homeowners and agents that we don't like these kinds of applications that come in piecemeal. But having said that, what's before us is not unreasonable, and I think, you know, tying it to plans, with the exception of the ground floor deck and the rear, seems like a reasonable approach for this application. So I am in support of it.
Okay, I'll need a motion then. Ms. Hayes?
So I will move a motion to approve the application, and I will tie it to plans with the exception of the rear deck, which is going to now be lowered and at grade, and subject to forestry condition number 1, and the reasons are as have been stated.
Your second.
I'm happy. I'll second that, but I just want to massage that rear deck thing. Can we put it as a condition that the rear deck be constructed at grade? I think just saying lower. Yeah.
Staff, can we be that specific in the condition?
Through you, Madam Chair, sure, yes, you can.
Okay. So I'll amend the motion to say that.
Question, if you can be that specific about the deck, why can't you be that specific about no terraces on the second and third level? That doesn't make any sense to me. You are in fact telling him that the deck has to be in a particular location. That doesn't look remarkably different to me to saying that you can't provide terraces on the second and third level.
I mean, can we not?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, you could put in a condition to tie to site plan and elevation plans. If the applicant wants to submit a revised plan within the next day or so to show the rear ground floor deck at grade level, you know, then we can use those plans. But we can't prevent someone in the future to construct something that is as of right.
Okay, thank you. So that would be my motion.
Okay.
And I'll second that.
Okay, so the motion is then with the condition to construct the ground floor deck at grade? Is that the condition? Okay, and that's moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, and Mr. Niflo and Ms. Valentini, you're opposed? Okay, all right.
Sorry, I just want to make sure it's tied to plans plus the ground floor deck.
It is.
Okay, thank
you. Okay, so that motion carries, and then Ms. Valentini and Mr. Nipfel dissent. Okay, thank you. Next item is item number 26, 61 Baby Point Crescent. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, an arborist report, correspondence from the agent. We have reports from Heritage. They're asking for a condition. Forestry is asking to refuse variance 1 or put a condition. TRCA is okay. Total form letters in support. We have 60 and 92 Baby Point, 55 and 57 Baby Point in support. We have correspondence in opposition from the Baby Point Heritage Foundation, 104, 58, 100, 67, 74, 40, 65, 5, 72, and 53 Baby Point Crescent, and 4 Lestrange Place. And I believe that's everything. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. It's Michael Flynn, 90 Cordova Avenue, Toronto. I'm the agent representing this application.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Flynn. We have opposition listed. I also have the owners listed. You're speaking on their behalf?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll start the clock now. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to start by listing the city departments that either have commented or have not commented. So if you don't mind, I'll start there. Archaeological has conditions. Heritage has a condition. Planning has no comment of any kind. Transportation has no comment. There's no comment from local councillor. TRCA has approved this project. Ravine Bylaw has approved this project. And Urban Forestry had a request for refusal based on the issue of tree number 1 as it related to the front porch and how it would impact the tree. As a result of that, we have now deleted the front porch altogether, and there will be no impact on the tree. Forestry had no other comment, so I would imagine that that would stand. So we have satisfied the one problem that they had. So now, if I could speak to the actual lot, the lot in this case is a ravine lot with a total area of 2,903 meters squared. However, the land, the plateau land, is only 691 meters squared. So that's only 23.8% of the lot. And the stable top of slope is relatively close to the front lot line as compared to the rear lot line, which creates a very shallow building area. And as a result, TRCA asked us, or I could say forced us, to move the project forward. So what it is actually doing is moving forward from the existing house 9 feet. It's not the horrendous number that some of the objectors would have you believe. So because of the way that all of this calculates out, the actual FSI or GFA of the proposed house develops a much larger variance than you would ordinarily expect. So if you took the entire lot to calculate the FSI, you'd be at 23.8%, not at the humongous number that it appears to be. So going back to the porch issue, because we've eliminated the porch, we've eliminated variance number 1. So you can delete variance number 1.
Okay.
Item number 2, which is a floor space index, as I said, is an unusually and artificially high number because of the fact that it's a ravine property, which is standard in this neighborhood, by the way, but some of them have much larger plateaus than this particular property. So it kind of fools you into thinking it's a small property, but it's not a small property. Number 3 is not an unusual request. The allowed is 4 square meters of second-story platform. We're asking for 12. There are many much larger decks in this neighborhood that were built prior to the bylaw, and I mean the 2013 bylaw. The front yard setback is, again, problematic because the existing house is quite far in advance of the required front yard setback, and TRC has asked us to move it forward. So we've done that, but the existing is 13.35, the required is 16.64, and we're proposing 10.54. So the 9 feet in additional encroachment from the existing, I don't believe is of any great impact, and this is on a curve in the road, so you don't get a straight line in any case to compare.
You're at 5 minutes, so I need you to wrap up, but for variance 4, did I hear you say 10.54? Because I'm showing 10.61.
Well, yeah, you're right. The notice says 10.61.
Okay, so that's right then.
I may have transposed the number there.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you're
no
correct.
worries. I just want to make sure you weren't changing something else.
No, I'm not changing. That was the only change.
Okay, so I do need you to wrap up as we approach 6 minutes.
Okay. So the other thing I'd like to point out is this house was built in 1961. The law was created in 1948. So there's a lot of talk about this being a Homesmith home. It's not. It was built long after the Homesmith era. So you'll note that we have no height variance or length variance or any of those kinds of variances. So I would argue that this application, although it has some odd-looking numbers in it, is in keeping with the 4 tests. And it generally is in keeping with the bylaw, generally in keeping with the official plan, maintaining the character of the neighborhood, appropriate development, and minor.
All right. We will have you back after we hear from the opposition. Before I go to the opposition, we did receive additional correspondence in our supplemental agenda in opposition from 39 Old Mill, 1 Baby Point, 75, 86, 72 Baby Point, and 87, as well as 1 Palace Pier Court. So I just wanted to add that. So if I can now have my first speaker.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, Patrick or Maureen Walsh?
Patrick Walsh here, yes. 75 Baby Point Crescent. Shall I begin?
Yeah, go ahead. 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you. My family and I have lived here for 35 years and been fortunate enough more recently to renovate the existing home we're in, which is just around the curve, but in sight of the place we're talking about. And like many of our neighbors, we managed to conduct a thorough renovation of a century home without needing any variances. And I think that when you purchase a piece of property for the purpose of renovation, which anyone who's seen this property would assume, you have to know that the rules come with the rules. I do appreciate the fact that many of my neighbors have taken the effort to give you detailed commentary. And having sat on this phone call for a while, I do appreciate the committee's patience in working through the details of all these things. I'm not going to repeat all of that stuff. I really would just want to get to one fairly simple point. It's the cumulative effect of putting together these various pieces. We're not talking about, pardon me, and the key part here, of course, is going to be the setback from the street. The key part here is not some line drawn on the front lawn. It's the fact that the line in question, as proposed, would be, I think 6.01 meters, or I'll round it to 20 feet, ahead of what would otherwise normally be permitted under the bylaws. And that would not be a simple little story and a half bungalow that's sitting there now, but a much more substantial multi-story building with much greater volume. If you look at the footprint of the diagram as indicated, you can just see a little hint of the sketch of the location of the two existing buildings on either side. They are nice buildings, they are in keeping with the neighborhood, and they are on a standard setback that makes the curve work perfectly well. I just cannot see any way that one can combine the various variances being requested here and turn this into a building that will work if you bring it out from its current approximate location that much closer to the road. It just overwhelms and destroys the view, both sides, neighborhood, and it doesn't work. So I do appreciate my opportunity to speak and to speak first. I could say more, but I think I'd rather let you just look at that picture and keep it in your heads. Real big, boxy building, forward, away from the line of the existing properties around it. And in my opinion, as a longtime resident here, not in keeping with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Walsh. Do I have the next speaker on the line? Hi, Marianne?
Yes,
If you could state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
thank you. My name is Marianne DeMonte Whalen. I live at 67 Baby Point Crescent, which is 2 doors west of the subject property. Do I start my 5 minutes now?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. I'm also chair of the Baby Point Heritage Foundation, which was incorporated in 2010 to raise awareness of the unique historical atmosphere and architectural integrity within the neighborhood. I am here today both as a resident who lives within the immediate vicinity of the proposed development and as a spokesperson for the Baby Point community as a whole. I submit that the variances requested in this application do not pass the core test under Section 45 of the Planning Act, and will illustrate why. Number one, the general intent and purpose of the city's official plan is not maintained. The Baby Point neighborhood was designed in 1911 by Robert Holmes Smith, an urban visionary who submitted plans to the city describing development along the banks of the Humber River. Known as the Humber Valley Surveys, it detailed the development of homes on tree-lined streets with pleasing streetscapes. Baby Point's boreal oak forest was to be preserved and protected, and a garden city suburbs guided by a set of principles. The application results in a home that protrudes into the front yard setback further than any home on the street, in particular the 2 neighboring homes. The front yard setback is supposed to be 16.64 meters. The building exceeds this by 6 meters or 20 feet. The front yard setback does not conform with the neighborhood and should not be approved. This is a unique neighborhood in the city of Toronto, needs to be preserved. Number 2, the general intent and purpose of the city's bylaw is not maintained. There are 7 variances requested, including the front yard setback. That is excessive. The floor space index is more than twice what is permitted. There is a platform of the house that is triple what is permitted. Given the extreme numerical extent of each of the requested variances, as well as the impacts that would result, it is clear that the application does not maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. 3, the proposal is not appropriate for the development of the land. The proposal is not in any way appropriate for the property. It contemplates moving the house up 6 meters or 20 feet beyond the required front setback, the average, which is the average of the 2 homes on the adjacent sides. This encroaches considerably on the front yard setback and significantly impacts the curvilinear street pattern that follows and reflects the natural topography of the Humber River. The proposed house should be in line with the current setbacks of its neighbors on each side to preserve the existing landscapes, which is an important design element of the neighborhood. Because of the adverse impact on the streetscape and the adjoining properties, the variances will create a very undesirable build form that does not respect the character of Baby Point. The plan also contemplates the removal of 14 healthy trees and states that an additional 9 trees would be injured for a total of 24 trees either cut down or damaged. In a majority of trade cases, when a tree is damaged and a redevelopment, it is not survived in the long term. In fact, Urban Forestry requested denial of the Committee of Adjustment application due to the impacts of the bylaw protected trees, as the plan specifically requires removal of 2 healthy bylaw protected trees. The variances requested are not minor. There are 7 variances requested within the application. They are substantial and certainly not minor, given the numerical extent of the variances requested and the likely impacts it will have on the neighborhood and the streetscape. The impact of the tree removal, and many healthy trees are anticipated being removed, the privacy of neighbors, the extreme second floor balcony, protruding front yard setback. The proposal is a wholesale rejection of the bylaws in an attempt by the owners to build what they want, where they want, without any consideration for their neighbors or Baby Point as a whole. One final noteworthy point is that there have been many renovations and redevelopments within Baby Point neighborhood that have been respectful of the existing character of the neighborhood. This application should be rejected out of hand for its many excesses and its complete disrespect for the rules. Were this to be approved in its current form, it would render the planning bylaws meaningless. This is my submission, both as a resident and as a chair of the Baby Point Heritage Foundation.
Thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you, Ms. DeMonte Whalen. Do we have Maria Subtelny on the line? Hi, Maria, are you there?
I am here. I don't really have very much to add to our president's presentation. I'm a member of the board of the Baby Point Heritage Foundation. We have 9 members at this point. We have discussed the plans. We have studied the plans. And what Marianne has presented is the distillation of our understanding of the plan. I do not support the plan. I believe that even though the existing building was built certainly after the Humber Valley surveys, it's nevertheless going to be demolished, so it is not an issue. Our main concern is the front yard setback, and in the in the public hearing notice, it was already indicated that according to Chapter 1020-4070 of Bylaw 569-2013, the minimum required front yard setback is 16.64 meters, and the new building proposes to be located 10.61 meters from the front north lot line. So given the problems with the front yard setback, and I'm not even going to start about the unstable land on the ravine side, we obviously do not support this application.
Ms. Subtelny, I just need you to state your address for the record, please.
Yes, 86 Baby Point Road.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Thanks a lot. And the final speaker.
Greg, you've been unmuted.
Okay, my name is Greg Murlot. My wife and I are residents at 4 Lestrange Place, which is fairly close to the development. I had sent a letter registering some of my concerns, objections to the proposal. Given that, I'll be very brief in my comments now, but my objections really are centered on 3 points. The setback, which has been discussed at some length here. The damage to the landscaping from removal of many trees in what is regarded as an oak savanna. And even though the TRAC seems somewhat satisfied on the ravine point, but it's maybe only because the whole development has been moved forward, causing a great many problems for the neighbors. And finally, the scale of the project. And I find it a bit disingenuous that the ravine slope can be used for the calculation of floor space. So beyond that, I really just want to reiterate the significance of this area as developed by Homesmith. He took great care in establishing design principles that are harmonious, that have stood the test of time, have allowed for people to develop their houses, renovate their houses, and generally be satisfied with the way of life here. And contemplation of this proposal, I think it should be rejected out of hand, and that's my submission. Thank you.
Okay. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? No? Thank you, Mr. Murlot. Okay, Mr. Flynn, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, resetting the clock to 5 minutes, so you have 5 minutes to address the concerns that have been raised.
Okay, first I'd like to address the meaning of minor. In this case, it's not minor, it's minor variance. Minor variance has been defined by the OMB by order of the Divisional Court of Ontario. And it was defined to mean a combination of size and impact. And where there is no impact, the size doesn't matter, and vice versa. It could be a very small size, but have a huge impact. So that's the meaning of minor variance. So I would argue that these variances are minor in that they have very little impact. There seems to be a lot of discussion about the existing or proposed front yard setback. But the proposal is to move forward 9 feet from the existing structure. That does not create a great impact, and the existing structure is not in line with the other homes to start with. So there's no great increased impact from that front yard setback, and it was proposed actually by TRCA. So we worked with TRCA and Ravine Bylaw for 1.5 years and had numerous soil tests done by engineers, and this is what TRCA came up with. So at this location, there is no danger to the stable top of slope. So there is no impact there. They're talking about the cumulative effect of the bylaw, of the variances, and I would suggest there is no cumulative impact. The actual FSI and streetscape, or massing, if you will, is not impacted because this presents as a 2-story house, which is in keeping with the rest of the neighborhood. Additional space is in the attic, and part of that is vacant space, but it's calculated as GFA because it has a greater height than 6 feet. And the zoning examiner explained to us that anything at or above 6 feet is included in GFA, whether it's being used or not. So you have that. And I believe that that 3rd-story habitable space has no impact. They go on about heritage and the Baby Point heritage. Heritage management has no concern. They have an, what's it? I'm trying to think of the right word here.
Condition.
Archaeological concern, and they're asking for a condition so that studies could be done to make sure that nothing is being disrupted or destroyed, and we have no issue with that. The balcony looks onto the ravine, and if there's any screening required there, we would be happy to provide it. So we have a stable top of bank, we have a stable location for the project, and we have the approval of TRCA and of Ravine Bylaw. And I would suggest to you, now that we've removed the front porch, that Forestry has no other problems, because that's the only problem they mention. Now, certainly, you would have to apply for permits to remove any protected trees, but they don't mention any other protected trees. And we are happy to care for the trees as much as we can, and I've had discussions with the owner, who agrees that we should not remove any trees that are not required to be removed. There are 4 hemlock border trees on one side of the property that the neighbor wants to remove. We don't want to remove them. So if we can maintain those, we would be happy to do that. So the numbers are somewhat misleading here. We don't really want to destroy any trees. There are certainly some that could be injured or destroyed as a result of the actual construction, should you approve. But we will minimize the number of trees that get injured or removed. So I think, all in all, once again, you know, when you're dealing with trees under the official plan, certainly you're supposed to maintain and or replace, and we will do all of that. The neighborhood is to be maintained, and it should be stable,
Okay.
but not static.
You're over
My
5.
time up again?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you
I'm sorry.
gotta talk faster. Okay.
I could talk forever.
I can tell.
But at any rate, all right, so my argument is that we do meet the 4 tests, and we are minor in nature and impact. All of the rest of it is minor, in my view. Even the large FSI is relative to how much of the land we're being allowed to use to calculate. Otherwise, we'd be a very small FSI. And that is my submission, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flynn. I'm going to see if the members have any questions. Ms. Hayes has a question for you.
Thank you. Mr. Flynn, just a question. I'm looking at drawing Z1.5.
Let me see if I can get that open for you.
I'm wondering if you can tell me what the front yard set, so the proposal is not, for the full width of the proposed home, it's not the same front yard setback. So I'm just wondering, I just want from a context perspective, what is the front yard setback for the portion of the home where the garage is? And what is the front yard setback for the portion of the home on the opposite side, which is, you know,
What time number is this?
I'm on Z1.5. It's TRCA plan. Just from a visual, I'm just looking at that. I just want to know what the I want to know what the undulating front yard setbacks are from the various portions of the home.
Okay, so the attempt is to keep the garage at the existing setback.
So that would be at the 13.35.
That's correct.
So what is
And
then the
as a-
front yard? Go ahead.
As the road curves, the number changes. So the opposite side of the house, is the close measurement, the 10.61, I think it is.
So, but the further the undulating part on the other side from opposite of the garage side, what's the setback of that wall?
I'm just trying to find the right drawing here. I should be in the other area, and I'm not. Modern, okay. I'm sorry, what was the number again?
So I was looking at, it's the Z1.5 drawing. That's just from a visual. I'm just looking to see what the setback is for that portion of the home on that side. I do acknowledge from looking at the plan that it's undulating. I'm just trying to have, from a conceptual perspective, you know, what's the range we're looking at here?
Z.0 to Z.15. Did you say 0.15? I don't even have 0.15.
Yeah, it's the Z1.5 TRCA plan. It's
1.5. Z1.5. One moment, please.
I wonder, Joanne, while he's looking at that, if I could point out another thing on the same drawing. the gray band that's in front of the garage, there's not a consistent setback there. That's a covered walkway. So the second floor comes out over the entrance to the garage.
Yeah.
The garage door is where the hatching is.
Yeah.
And that gray area in front is open on the first floor, but it's built over on the second floor.
Yes, yes, thank you.
I'm having trouble finding that.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay, fine.
Any other questions, anyone?
Should be a site plan. All right, well, that is the basic idea, was to keep the garage, the front of the garage, at the existing setback. And then the second story is built, obviously, above the garage, so.
Actually, can I clarify? I don't think that's true. The second story isn't built above the garage. It extends out further than the garage.
Oh, that's true, yes.
That's the thing that's a bit misleading. The garage, it appears that the garage is in line with lot 253. But then the second floor extends into the front yard more than the garage because it acts as a walkway, a covered walkway.
Yes, you are correct. In front of the garage, yes.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, if there are no more questions, then we can take it into committee for a decision. Okay, Mr. Clay.
Sure, I'll start. I actually visited the site and drove the road. It'll come as a surprise to no one that this is an area characterized by large lots, large homes. Many of them are on a steep ravine overlooking the Humber River. I actually was a little bit surprised, frankly, by the amount of opposition for this application, to be quite honest with you. Given the nature and the construct of the housing stock in this area, they are large homes. I appreciate hearing from the residents and the concern about bringing the house forward. I frankly don't share that concern, having been over there. I don't think it will have a dramatic negative impact on that streetscape at all. It is, as the agent indicated, only 9 feet further from where it is situated now. The FSI, we've now seen a few of these cases where the top of bank or bottom of ravine restriction placed on it by TRCA, the FSI numbers seem to be a little higher than others, but the actual floor space of the home isn't that much different from the surrounding area. I imagine most of those homes in that area were built before TRCA started putting a lot of those restrictions in. And I take the point that the TRCA has asked the applicant to move the building forward to respect that top of bank line. I think the fact that the owner is removing the front porch, which again might mitigate some of the concerns of the neighbors, and the fact that I believe that the owner has indicated that they will not remove any trees other than one which has a structural impact on the building. I'm finding it difficult to find anything, and architecturally it's very unique, it's very distinctive. I don't think it would be out of character, but again, it's not exactly alike to some of the homes in there, so I imagine it is a bit different, but that's the nature of change. I'm finding it very difficult to see anything here that I don't think is characteristic of the neighborhood, and I don't think the variances, with the explanation that the agent has given us and what we know about TRCA and other things, I don't think the variances as a whole are out of line. So I will be supporting this application.
Okay, Mr. Nifl?
I also will be supporting the application. I think that the limitations placed by the TRCA have made it very difficult to develop the property. The vast majority of the site is undevelopable. And having said that, the portion of the building that is extending in front of if you would, the front line of the homes on either side is not the full width of the building, which is what Ms. Hayes, I think, was attempting to get some clarification on. As she explained, it's an undulating building form, so that the only portion that is out fully is the portion that I think is there's a study and an entrance and another room on the other side, and then it steps back, and there's another portion, and then there's a covered walkway, and then the full width of the building is in fact in line with the two existing properties on either side, the two existing houses on either side. And in complimenting the designer in this case, having said that, there's been some care taken to the two side elevations because they will be visible from the street. And unlike many applications that we get before us where all the attention is on the front facade and the sides are rather underwhelming, there's been attention here to try and make the side elevations that will be visible from the street consistent and attractive. So I think that all in all, it fits in rather well with the community. And I think that having said that, this was a difficult design constraint, and I think that the applicants responded very well to it.
Okay, Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. I will be supporting the application as well. Although it's not mirroring exactly the undulating setbacks that were with the existing home, I think the depth of the property and the curve of the street will not be compromised by the portion of the home that's moving closer to the road. There are some different design elements of homes further down the street, so I don't think everything is in the same characteristic built form as some of the neighbors have suggested. I think that the way that it is undulating, it'll allow for the gentle curve of the street to still be respected, and I would support the application.
Okay. Anything further? If not, a motion. Mr.
I'm happy, Chair, to move a motion to approve this application. I know Forestry was recommending refusal, but they did have a subsequent recommendation in the event that committee were to approve. So I think we'll try and keep that condition in. It's basically that the applicant would have to apply in the event that any trees were being harmed or removed. There is a heritage condition with respect to archaeology as well. I just want to ask my colleagues their advice. I did notice on the site plan, this is a large lot, large home, and no variance with respect to soft landscaping, but I did notice it was an asphalt driveway. And I wondered whether in this instance that in keeping with the types of conditions we put on other similar developments, whether you think we should put in permeable pavers rather than asphalt. You think that's good? Okay, I think that's probably a reasonable thing, particularly given the environmental nature of the site on the banks of the river. So more permeable surfaces, I think, are better. So I will add that condition to the approval.
Okay.
I don't think there are any other conditions.
Hang on. It is as amended. Hold on a sec, Carl. It is as amended. Variance number 1 was removed. So the
Correct.
forestry condition, like their, how should I say, refusal was based on that. So that takes care of the forestry, but we can still include that condition if you like. Okay?
I would, because I thought I heard the chair, I thought I heard the agent say, even though the owner says they won't remove any, I thought I heard the agent make reference to they'll try to protect every, but they may not be able to. I'd like
Yeah.
urban forestry to have eyes on this application.
Yeah, I think that's good. So it's as amended, though. And then, Mr. Nipfel, you wanted to add something?
I was wondering, Larry, if you'd consider a friendly amendment to tie it to the site plan, because much of the success is the way in which, as Joanne indicated, the front elevation is undulating. And I think that the plan of the building is important.
Happy to do that, but I thought I heard them removing the front porch, and the front porch is on the site plan, is it not?
Oh, you're correct.
So if you can come up.
Can you tie it to the plans with the exception of the front porch?
Yeah, I think we did.
Yep,
We did something similar to the last one, right? So,
Yes, staff is nodding yes, so.
okay,
that's fine.
let's do that.
Okay, sorry, I'm
And
just writing.
And TRCA was just sort of saying they had no comment, but that they wouldn't do anything without forestry, but that's not a condition, so I think we don't have to mention that, correct?
Right.
Yeah.
Just to interject, I thought I did see a condition. Now it's on a completely different part of our agenda on page 797. Was there a ravine condition? It was like in a memo on another file.
I don't know, I just had the two reports and they were both refuted.
Oh, but if we go to page 797 of our agenda, this PM agenda, on another matter, there was a ravine memo and it had this item listed as a, sorry.
I
don't know if staff can, I wrote a note down about it.
Okay, I'll see if staff can find it. I can't find it. I don't have numbers on my pages for some reason.
Oh, you don't have numbers on
No,
your,
they
okay,
don't-
well, it's
they
problematic.
They don't show on mine, I don't know why.
That is, yeah, no, I'm just trying to flip to it now.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's item number 37. And it's an email, ravine email correspondence.
Right.
It does list this item, 26.
It has the condition 1. Is that the one referenced in the second forestry report that Mr. Clay is attaching?
I believe so.
Yeah. That's the one that Mr. Clay is attaching. It's in
Yeah.
the
Okay.
second forestry letter we have for this application.
Okay, I wasn't sure if ravine conditions were different than urban forestry, but I just wrote that down when I was going through my notes and I wanted to bring it up so we didn't miss a condition.
Are they different?
Because I know in the past, sometimes, yeah.
No. Staff
So it's the same, we don't need
Staff
it?
thinks we're okay. All right, so we have a motion to approve, including permeable pavers for the driveway, heritage condition in the February 16th report, the application as amended with variance 1 deleted, and to tie to site plans with the exception of the front porch. And that's moved by Mr. Clay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel? All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, thank you, everyone. Panel members, do you want a 5-minute break or do you, yes? Okay. Okay, so let's come back at 4:25, so that's 7 minutes, okay? Oh, getting a headache. I have to be honest. Okay. Okay, the next item, once I have at least one more panel member, is item number 27, 93 RIVERCREST Road. Okay, I'll just read what we have before us, and hopefully Larry will come on. Okay, so item number 27, 93 RIVERCREST Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. And Forestry is asking for conditions number 1 and 2. Okay, do you have the agent on the line?
Yes, Madam Chair. Ian Cunha representing the owners of 93 RIVERCREST Road.
Okay, I don't have any speakers listed. I don't think we need a presentation. We only have 2 variances before us. Panel members, do you have any questions for the applicant? No. Okay, Mr. Cunha, we've read the materials. We're ready to go into committee to make a decision. Anything you want to add that you want to make us aware of?
No, I think the application speaks for itself. Its variances are minor, and there's only 2 of them.
Okay, so we'll take it into committee for a decision. Okay, Ms. Hayes?
Thanks. Reviewed all the materials on file. I do believe this is truly a minor variance. They're adding 53 square meters. The variances individually and collectively, I believe, are minor and appropriate and meet the 4 tests. And if my colleagues have no comments, I would move a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition 1 and 2.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Nipfel, so moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel, and we'll mark Mr. Clay absent for this one.
What were the conditions on that? 2 and
Forestry
1 and 2.
Forestry 1 and 2.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, item number 28 we have before us. So this is this is 509 Winona. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Photograph of a tree on the property supporting material from the applicant, as well as form letters in support from 493, 95, 497, 503, and 505 Winona Drive. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, my name is Dmitry, and I'm the owner of the house.
Okay, hi Dimitri. Just give me a second. Do you have the speaker on the line, or? Okay, can we just go to the speaker for a second? I'm not sure if they're objecting or not.
Maria,
Say it again,
you've been
please.
unmuted.
Just hold on one second. I have one speaker, but I'm not sure if they're in.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Maria, you've been unmuted.
Maria?
Yes, hi there. Thank you.
Hi.
Maria Sokolitz, resident of 507 Winona Drive.
Hi, Maria.
I'm-
Are you in opposition? Are you watching, or do you need a presentation, or like because I have just showing you're in here in interests.
Yes, I am basically strictly here in interest. Thank you.
Okay, so you're just watching and keeping an eye on what's going on.
I sure am. Thank you.
All right, good for you. Okay, Dimitri, I'm going to see if the panel members have any questions for you. I don't think we need a presentation. We've got 2 variances before us. So panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay, Dimitri, we're ready to take this into committee. We have no questions. We've read the materials. Is there anything you want to let us know before that's not in any of the submissions we have? We've got your comparables and all your supporting materials. We've gone through it all.
Well, it's pretty much self-explanatory. Just wanted to mention one more time. There's a tiny house on extremely, in my opinion, deep lot, which is 145 feet depth, and I think it's pretty much speaks for itself.
Alrighty. So with that, then I'll take it into committee. Panel members. Ms. Hayes, I don't know. 3 of you have your hands up.
Okay, I'll start. I'll just say firstly, I found when I looked at the purpose and then looked at the plans, I thought it was a bungalow and it was a full second story versus just a rear second story, but I see that there must be a second story in the roof line. So having said that, however, having reviewed all the materials on file and the site statistics and looking at the neighborhood, I think that what's being requested in the context of the neighborhood, and the lots are very deep. This lot's 145 feet deep. I believe that the variances are appropriate and minor and meet the 4 tests. There's a lot of support as well. And if my colleagues have no comments, I would be prepared to move a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Okay, anyone want a second? Ms. Valentini? Okay, so moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is item number 29, 490 Atlas Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 photographs of existing trees. We have a tree removal plan and planning rationale from the agent. We have email correspondence from planning, from transportation services. They have no concerns. We have Forestry asking for conditions 1 and 2. Correspondence in support from 232 Ava Road, and a petition with 4 signatures from owners on Ava Road. And we have opposition from 232 Ava Road. I'm not showing any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Madam Chair, just as a point of clarification, I believe in the supplementary material, 232 withdrew their objection.
That's right.
Yeah, actually, I have that written down also. Thanks again for reminding me. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon. My name is Sava Milkovic. I'm the agent and designer for the proposal.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Mr. Niffel?
One very small question. The drawing that I have on my agenda is extremely hard to read, so I'm not sure I've got this correct. There's a parking pad and some landscaped area. Is the parking pad asphalt, and is it existing?
Yeah, so the existing backyard is fully hardscaped with those concrete pavers, and we're actually planning to remove the detached garage that's there currently and replace it with the parking pad to enlarge, to make the massing in the rear yard less, which I think is more desirable because we're replacing a full-size detached garage with a small shed. And we've also taken the effort, I think you'll appreciate, to increase the softscaping in the backyard as well. So what's in the southwest corner, the bottom left corner, was previously hardscaped. That's new softscaping proposed by us, bringing up the softscaping from 5.6% to 34.2%.
It wouldn't change your compliance with the bylaw, but I'm wondering, would you be open to, since the parking pad is new, installing permeable pavers instead of asphalt for the parking pad?
The only thing there is we're on a tight budget, in all honesty, and we were planning on retaining the existing pavers so to not include that in the scope of work. Because you'll see there, everything is existing, the curb cut, the hardscaping. We're trying to really minimize the construction budget. And, generally, you'll notice that the majority of the variances here are related to the exterior upgrades. And, the house is definitely due for a refresh. And I feel like the community is going to really benefit from the investment the clients are making in just improving the general curb appeal of both the house and the yard. And they're really hoping to, stretch that dollar as best they can.
Okay.
Mr. Clay?
Sure. I'm not sure whether the resident who was concerned about the setbacks for the shed, is that the one that withdrew their concerns, or was it?
Can I clarify that? Actually, that letter of objection was actually directed to the wrong file. There was another proposal in close proximity to this one, and I guess it was just directed the wrong way. Conversely, we actually have the written approval of the immediate neighbor to the west who shares a rear yard lot line and has approved of the location of the shed.
Yeah, okay. I was just concerned, like it's only like 0.1 meters off the property line there, so it's pretty close. I presume it's because you need room for the parking pad?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. Okay. And to put it to context, it's just a prefab, shed and I think, the net gain is going to be removing a much larger garage, which is much more imposing with the smaller shed.
All right, fair enough. Thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, Mr. Mijokovic, we're ready to take it into committees. Anything you want to add? Did you have a question, Ms. Valentini? No? Okay. Is there anything that you want to add that's not in the materials that we have before we go into committee?
No, that covers it. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Valentini. We're in committee now.
Thank you. I'll be happy to start on this one. I'm fully in support of this application. And I did note, I thought the materials were well prepared, and the explanation that, a lot of these variances that are being requested, some of them are existing in terms of the front yard softscape, or they're improving with the rear yard softscape. So I thought that, and the driveway is also an existing condition. And I think that I noted they're building over the existing footprint, and I think this is a very reasonable form of development for this area. So I'm in support of the application, and I did note that they have support from neighbors as well. So I'm happy to bring a motion forward if anybody else wants to add anything. No? Okay. Motion forward for approval of the application subject to urban forestry conditions 1 and 2.
Okay, are you seconding, Mr. Niffel?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so motion to approve, including the forestry conditions, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 30, 459 Ossington Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and the previous decision affecting the property. Do you have any of the speakers listed? All of them? Okay. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Bruno Lopes from MXL Engineering, 1649 Sinclair Avenue West. I'm the agent and designer for this project.
Okay, just give me a second to confirm whether or not you're speaking on behalf of the owner, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Can you put the last speaker on the line? Just Ms. Saranjana? Hello? Saranjana?
Hello?
Hi. Is
Yes.
this Saranjana?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Is this Saranjana?
Yes.
I just want to confirm, did you want to speak? Are you in opposition to this, or are you just watching?
I just had a few questions. I just wanted to confirm a few things. If I could just ask really fast.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have been on the line for a long time. I didn't really realize that what time this would be proceeding. So yeah, I apologize if I hang up or anything because I'm actually at the doctor's office right now.
That's fine.
So I'm waiting for the doctor.
Yeah.
Oh.
Go ahead with your questions.
Okay, so the question I have is it, my understanding is there's just a door being, and that's all that's required. I'm at 461 Ossington. So I just want to confirm this is not on my side of the property. It's on the 457 side of the property. I didn't really understand. I'm not a good person to understand maps and stuff. But I wanted to just confirm that that's the case, that it's being built on the 457 side and it's just a door and nothing more.
Okay, so you want to know if the entrance is on the 457 side or your side. Is that right?
Yes, that's question number one. And the second one is if it's just the basement door.
Okay. All right, so that's it for questions because I don't come back to you afterwards. So those are the two questions you have?
Yeah, those are the two questions I have. I don't have any objections or anything else. And if you could just let me know when he's going to be doing it, then that would be helpful.
Okay. All right, thanks. Okay, Mr. Lopez?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Answering the questions from the neighbor, yes, indeed. This actually is an entrance. It's on the opposite side of our property, so it doesn't directly affect it on the demising wall. Date of construction as soon as possible, as obvious. And again, just to reiterate, there is an open permit, 16-129-342, that actually granted this exact variance that we have now, which is an entrance to the basement. However, we could not do a revision to the existing permit. We have to apply with a new permit, and when we apply with a new permit, this new condition kicked in, so this is a recent bylaw. But just to reiterate that this front entrance, which is the variance, this was already granted under another permit. However, because we are doing underpinning, lowering the basement, we have to redo the front entrance. We lower it, we touch it, and automatically we have to do a new design.
Okay, so it is on the 457 side, and perhaps I could encourage you to maybe have a conversation to let the owner of 461 know when you're starting construction. She seems to want to know, have an idea.
Correct.
Okay?
Yeah, homeowners will do so.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Lopez? No questions? Okay, sir, we're ready to go into committee to make a decision. We've read the materials. Anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
No, just it's a very straightforward application. This was previously approved, so it's just something that it's very normal.
Okay. Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chairman, I'm not going to vote on this one, and it's not because I'm opposed. For whatever reason, the site plans and floor plans that I got in my agenda are illegible. I can't read them. Okay. So the first time I actually saw the material was when it was on the screen. So I don't think it's fair for me to vote. So I'm going to abstain from this one.
Okay. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. I think this one, in my view, is very minor in nature, as the agent had said. And I also noted in the previous decision that there was already a matter before the committee before, and it did involve the basement walkout, although I don't think it was this specific variance. Obviously, it's a new variance, I think, triggered by the new bylaw. But in any event, I think it's minor in nature. So I'd like to bring forward a motion for approval of the application without any condition.
Okay, Mr. Clay seconds. So motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries, and Mr. Nipfel abstains. Okay?
Thank you.
All righty. Item number 31, 211 Dunvegan Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation material from the agent, as well as a tree plan. Okay. Do you have the speaker, the second? So just the agent you have? Okay. All right, do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Franco Romano here on behalf of the owner.
Good afternoon, sir. We don't have any speakers, so I'll see if we have any questions. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Romano? No? Okay, Mr. Romano, we've read the materials. There don't appear to be any questions, so if you have, is there anything you want to add before we take it into committee for a decision?
No, I think my supporting material is pretty self-explanatory to show that the proposed building overlaps the existing, which is already in excess of the permitted length and depth, and the building height is actually lower than the neighboring building that's being constructed at 213 Dunvegan. And the other variances are pretty common for this area, including floor space index.
Okay, thank you. Let's take it into committee, panel members. Okay, Mr. Clay.
Sure, I'll start. First of all, I thought this is a rather striking design in this neighborhood, and I did check around the remaining parts of the neighborhood, and there are a few similarly striking new build designs. So I always defer to Carl on architectural interpretation, but from my perspective, it certainly looked like a rather striking design. I think the variances in the context of this street and this neighborhood are really quite minor. I think this would be a fine addition to that neighborhood, and I'm happy to support it. I was surprised there were no neighbor comments, either pro or con. That's interesting. But still, I think it's quite a good design. I'm happy to move a motion to approve. I don't think there are any conditions unless one of my colleagues, Carl, did you want to substantiate my interpretation of the design?
Absolutely, I agree with you. It's a very nice corner treatment as well. It is a remarkably well put together design, but it's particularly good in that it's a corner and the two sides are equally well treated. So yeah, I absolutely support what you're saying.
Great. So I'll move that motion, Chair.
Is that a seconder, Carl? Yeah, okay, so motion to approve.
Yep, absolutely.
Moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thanks.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Item number 32, 649 Spadina Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and an arborist report from Scenaria Urban Forestry Services. And I don't have any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, yes, it's Alessia Sapalsa. Good afternoon.
Hi.
I am the
Okay.
agent. And
Yep. So I don't think we need a presentation. There may be some questions. Panel members, any questions? Ms. Hayes?
I just asked for some comments with respect to the size of the terrace. I do recognize in that neighborhood there are often very large terraces. Is this, would the agent suggest this is in line with others sized terraces in the neighborhood?
I believe that it is. It is really the result of the roof area of the addition below. We have proposed a privacy screen to the north. But we are creating a beautiful backyard. We'd like the clients to have the opportunity to enjoy it. And I do believe it is in keeping with a lot of the backyards in the area.
Thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Ms. Valentini?
There's not an urban forestry condition, right? I put, for some reason, a note, and maybe I was losing my mind at that point, but there's a tree, 649. Is there urban forestry conditions, or have I?
No, maybe.
No, I must be mixing up with something else then.
There is an arborist report, so maybe you picked something up from there. Like an arborist report that that the applicant provided, maybe you noted something from it.
Okay, I don't remember what it was. I thought maybe there was a tree issue. Is there tree removal or, but we don't have any comments from urban forestry, I guess, anyway, right?
No.
Okay, no, thank you.
Mr. Nipfel?
Is there a site plan drawing with this submission? I've got a survey, but is that the site plan as well? This is another one where, for whatever reason, I can't read some of the plans. The walls are missing and the letter. Oh, okay. No, that's the one we just did, isn't it?
I don't know.
Oh, that's the one.
I can't read an address on this one.
Oh, sorry, my mistake. Okay, yeah, this is the first time I've seen it. Thank you. Okay, I didn't get that in my package.
Okay. Do you want to take a minute to look at it?
No, I think I've got it. Yep, that's good. Thanks.
Okay, are there any further questions for the agent? No? Okay, Ms. Sopelsa, we are ready to go into committee. Is there anything you want to add that's not part of the submissions?
I think the variances are reasonable and in keeping with the neighborhood, but if there are any concerns, and it doesn't seem there are, I'd be happy to address them.
No, there are no further questions, so we'll take it into committee for a decision then. Ms. Hayes?
Looking at the application, recognizing that one of the variances for South Yard setback is an existing condition, I think the other variances in the context of the neighborhood are very reasonable and not uncharacteristic of what is there. I believe they are in minor. If my colleagues have no further comment, I would like to move a motion to approve the application, but although the applicant has indicated they are intending to put a privacy screen to the north, I'd like that as a condition. Privacy screen on the terrace north side to 1.5 meters.
Okay. Okay. So that was a motion then? With that
Yes.
condition? Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Ms. Valentini? So that's moved by Ms. Hayes with the privacy screen condition on the north side of the terrace and seconded by Ms. Valentini. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, have a good afternoon. Okay, we're
You
now
as-
moving into the 3:30 time slot, and I was just looking at item 43. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, it is a withdrawal request, and I believe there are no speakers listed other than the person speaking on behalf of the owner. Is that correct, for 108 Havelock? So we can do that now if there's...
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure who's on the line, if it's the landowner or
Somebody's
someone
speaking
speaking on behalf of
yeah.
the landowner. But there is a request to withdraw and close the file.
Okay, do you have them on the line already? They're not there yet? Okay, well then we'll just keep on going in the same order. Okay. So the next item is item number 33, 47 GLENAYR Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. No further correspondence. I'm showing one speaker in addition to the agent. Is that person on the line? For 33. Okay. All right. Do we have the agent?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, Madam Chair. Lauren Rose, the architect. I'm here.
Alrighty, welcome back.
Yeah, good to see
I have one speaker in opposition, and so I guess.
Oh, okay.
We'll need you to do a presentation for no more than 5
Sure.
minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I didn't know we had opposition, so that's fine. I thought we had unanimous support. I can take you through the application and the variances. It's a proposed new dwelling So the first two are for length. If staff can put up the proposed site plan, you'll see that the house is not actually 24.2 or 0.16 meters long. That the actual length of the house is 18.97, but because we are excavating the rear porch, you will see that there is a number that says 24.16 right at the bottom. That's to the rear of the excavated porch, and that's why the number is so much larger. The permitted floor space index, we're asking for 0.81, which is not uncommon in the area. It is a 3-story house, so there's a, it won't look much bigger. The third story is in the roof. Required rear yard setback says it's 10.45. We're required to be 10.59. You will see at the rear there's a dimension for 10.45, but that is actually to the rear steps. So I don't agree that that is a required variance, but that's what it says, and it's to the steps. The minimum required side yard setback on the north side is 1.2. We're asking for 0.92, only for a pinch point at the first corner. You will see the existing house is also at 0.93 side yard setback on that side. We're complying on the south side. Platforms encroaching the house. We want the platforms to be in line with the house, so that's why we need variance 6. Variance 7 is for the stairs on the north side. They are coming right next to the property line, but as you can see, the existing house had stairs right against the north property line as well. It's on a very big slope, this property, so you can't just use grade to get down. You need steps. And that's the explanation of the variance. So I guess if you have any questions, I can answer them, or I can hear who the opposition is, because I'm not sure where it's from.
Okay, maybe we'll get the opposition. It's an adjacent neighbor, so let's see what their concerns are.
Sandra, you've been unmuted. Sandra, can you hear us? Or maybe it's Robert? I haven't muted you on your phone, so if you can try to unmute yourself on your device, maybe.
So, Lori, while you struggle with that, we'll go to questions, maybe. Yeah? Okay. So, Lauren, we're trying to get the person on the line. In the meantime, I'm going to see if panel members have any questions. No? Mr. Niffel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I believe that the south edge of the terrace at the back on the ground floor should have privacy screening because it's elevated considerably from the backyard. Do you have any problem with that?
I wouldn't have any problem. If the neighbor wants it, we'd be delighted to do it. If the problem is sometimes when these conditions are applied, the neighbors would rather not have it. But I'm happy if you guys want to make it a condition, we can put privacy screening. It works both ways.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay. Any success? No? Sure.
Hi, Sandra or Robert, you've been unmuted on your phone. So if you can try to unmute yourself on your device or maybe speak up, because we can't hear you here.
Can you see them?
What? No. I think it's them because it says on the list that they will be calling in, but I don't see the last 4 digits. So
We'll put it down.
Sandra, can you hear us?
Sorry,
I
Miss.
sent an email, but
Yeah, I don't know what to do.
do you want me to try the number?
Yeah, phone the number. Sorry, Mr. Rose, we're gonna give it one more chance, because we can see them, but there's no audio.
Do we know where they live?
Yeah, I do know where they live. They're at 49, so they're right next door. Have you had any conversations with 49?
Yeah, so I thought everything was,
And
Well,
that, I mean, that's a possibility that they are in support, but I'm showing it as opposition, but that doesn't,
Yeah.
you know, that's all I can tell you, because we have no correspondence or anything.
I thought they were in full support, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they changed their mind, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
It's ringing.
Okay, well,
Yeah, I don't think they're picking up.
I'm sorry?
I don't think they're
Not picking up?
No.
Okay, well,
And they're a brand new house as well. I thought, I mean, my client told me he spoke with them and there was no concerns, but they should have their voice if they wanted, absolutely.
well, we've made numerous attempts. We've attempted by email, we've attempted, yeah, many times, so I think we're just going to move on. Is there anything that you want to add before we go into committee?
No, I thought we had unanimous support from all the neighbors, and we did reach out. Planning has no objections, so we think it is worthy of your approval and meets the 4 tests of the planning.
Okay, so let's take it into committee then, panel members. Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't have any difficulty with this application. I think it's been well thought through. And earlier in the day, we had a house that we had to deal with that we all felt was too high. And this is a classic case of how to deal with height in a very sophisticated way. The top floor has been dealt with as a roof form with projecting windows. I think it goes a long way to melding the new design with the existing buildings on the street. I think it's very consistent with the character in the neighborhood, and subject to providing a 1.5 meter opaque screen on the south edge of the elevated ground floor terrace, I would like to move approval of the application.
Okay, and that's seconded by Ms. Hayes, so motion to approve with the condition outlined by Mr. Niffel. Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, I wonder if you could consider, because of the length and depth variances, that they tied to plans, because the house itself is only 18.997 at ground floor, just so that there's no question.
Sure.
You okay with that, Mr. Niffel? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so with those 2 conditions, Mr. Niffel moved approval, and that's seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, thanks. Item number 34, 504 Crawford Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Correspondence in support from 506, which is adjacent. We also have support from 502, the other adjacent neighbor, 498, 500, and 503, 508, and 510 Crawford. And the latter were received in the supplemental agenda. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Yeah. Sorry. Hello?
Yeah, is this Peter?
Yes, my name's Peter. So I got Clay. Hi, how are you today?
Good. So what's your full name, just for the record?
My name is Peter Jaruzik. I'm the agent for ARC Design Group Services. I'm the agent on behalf of the client for 504 Crawford.
Alrighty. I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, we have 2 variances before us. Do you have any questions for the agent? Ms. Valentini, and then Mr. Clay, and then Ms. Hayes.
Okay, I just wanted to know what the existing FSI is.
The existing FSI, I don't have that number ready available, but the additions on the back, and it's only because the existing house is above 1.3 that the basement is included, and that's why we're at 1.3 on the dwelling.
Yeah, I did note that
Sorry, I'll
with
try to
without the basement, it's 0.92. Just thought I'd ask that question. I wasn't sure what the current must be over, I'm assuming, but
The existing house is 1814, and the proposed house now, if it's 1814, the new area, the old area is 1814, 1,814 square feet. And the new house area here, and I apologize, it's been waiting so long, I didn't hear my name pop up at the beginning when you guys, I just heard the beep. So, and the existing ground floor is 910. So I'm just trying to get the square footage fully here of the new house here on the plans. We have second floor. So we're adding an additional 400 square feet, 456. So the original was 1,800, and we're adding 456 square feet more. In terms of the actual FSI, sorry, on the existing house, I didn't have that calculated. My apologies.
no, that gives me a sense though. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Clay.
I had the exact same question. It does kind of pop out at you when you look at what the difference between what permitted is and what they're proposing, but I'm satisfied with the answer. Thanks.
Ms. Hayes, was it the same question? Or?
It was the same question.
Okie dokie. Mr. Nipfel, did you have a different question or not?
No, I didn't have a question at all.
All righty. Okay, then we're ready to go into committee. Mr. Jarusik, anything you want to add before we go into committee that's not in the submissions?
I think it's a very straightforward application. We're not going beyond our neighbor's house. And as evident by what was submitted by the neighbors, we have both neighbor supports that are attached to us, and the adjacent neighbors and the surrounding neighbors. This client has been a member of the community for a long time and has the support of his neighbors.
Okay, thank you. Let's take it into committee. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. I would like to I'm satisfied with the explanation the agent has given. In terms of the FSI, it does look like a large number, but in terms of square footage, they're not adding an extreme amount of square footage. So, and as well, that number is also affected by the fact that the basement is included because of the height. Excuse me. So in my view, this meets the 4 tests, and it's going to be in keeping with currently what's happening in the neighborhood and around it. So I'd like to bring forward a motion for approval without any conditions.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes. So motion to approve, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 35, 5 4th Street. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. The agent will be asking for a deferral. We have correspondence from the owners regarding that deferral request. We have Forestry asking for conditions 2 and 3, and opposition from number 1, number 3, number 2, 4th Street, as well as a 6-signature petition in opposition. And do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Daniel Hall. I'm the principal at the Architect Builders Collaborative Inc., and I am the agent here on behalf of the owners. Okay. And as mentioned, we would like to request a deferral, please, for 6 months.
Okay, and I understand that that's so that you can have more discussions with the neighbors? Is that correct?
Absolutely correct. One of the neighbors also submitted, Mr. J. Warren Webster, who signed a couple of the letters, also wrote one asking for the deferral. He's out of town, as are the owners, and they have lived on the island next door to these people for 40 years. So they are not interested in bulldozing over top of the neighbors' wishes. They were all part of drafting the bylaw considerations in 1995. So they would like very much the chance to meet face to face without masks. And they've asked that we give them enough time to the summer to do so. So a 6-month deferral, if the committee would consider that, would be appreciated.
Alrighty. Well, we'll take it into committee then. Panel members to the deferral request for 6 months. Okay, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I think given the content of the letters of objection and the concerns with respect to the plans as submitted, I think a deferral to allow an opportunity to have that discussion and whether or not revisions occur or not, that would remain to be determined, but I think it would be appropriate to defer the application to allow for those discussions to happen. And that would be my motion.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Miss Valentini, I think, was
Three
first.
people.
I know. It was, you guys were all at the same time. Okay, so motion to defer for a minimum of 6 months, moved by Ms. Hayes and seconded by Ms. Valentini to give the applicant opportunity to consult with the neighbors. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome. Item number 36, 632 Rushton Road. Okay, we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, revisions of the same, a revised zoning notice, 10 photographs of neighboring property, 2 photographs of trees, a covering letter from the new owners, covering letter from the agent. We have OMB decisions affecting the property at 633 Rushton. Presentation material from the agent, front elevation height comparison from the agent. We have staff reports from transportation asking for conditions, as well as Forestry is asking for condition number 3. And we have 6 form letters in support from 592 and 629 and 596 Rushton Road, 444 Arlington Avenue, as well as 397 and 411 Arlington. We have opposition from 440 Arlington, 425 Arlington, 628 and 637 Rushton, and 623 Rushton Road, as well as 425 Arlington Avenue. And I am showing 3 speakers. Are they all? Do we have them all?
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Yesterday, staff received very late materials, revisions, revised plans, as well as a email from the applicant outlining those revisions. So perhaps the applicant can provide us with what those revisions mean.
Are they substantial revisions? Did you?
There's a lot of removing variances and reduction in variances. So for the public record, if the applicant went through.
Okay, well, let's start with that, because we haven't seen any of that material. So, okay. All right, so do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon.
Hi, and your name for the record?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Tay Rook, the planner for the owners of the property at 632 Rushton Road.
Okay, so I understand you've made a lot of revisions to the notice that's before us right now. Is that correct?
Well, there's only one revision to the notice, and that's the elimination of variance number 1, which relates to the main wall height variance. All other variances remain, but through a very collaborative and constructive consultation process with the neighbors at 425, 440 Arlington, 628, 637 Rushton Road, we did revise the plan in certain aspects of the proposal, such as reducing the building height from the 10.98 to 10.32 meters, and also by reducing the 3rd and 2nd floors by a foot, or 0.305 meters. And then the 3rd story front and rear dormers are to be constructed to 40% of the width of the front facades. The 3rd floor dormers to remain as a Juliet balcony, and the third rear dormers to be changed from a small landing walkout to a Julia balcony if it's approved or permitted by the building code. So none of those changes, with the exception of the elimination of variance number 1, affects the public notice whatsoever. So these are design and architectural changes to the current plans that have been circulated to these neighbors at 425, 440 Arlington, 628, and 637 Rushton. And as a result of that, they have signed letters of support and withdrawing their previous opposition to the file.
Okay, so these are not the superseded plans then, or no? So these are
Correct.
plans
So
of-
there were plans that were submitted. Their plans are dated February 21st, 2022, revision number 3. And the date, you could find them at the bottom of the plans, each of the pages. You'll note that there's a small date on the bottom.
Okay.
So once again, the variances before you are 6 variances in total now, whereas previously there was 7. And the variances before you relate to building length, side yard setbacks, the floor space index, and in addition to the parking spaces that's required for the property. Now, in terms of the building length itself and FSI and side yard setbacks, I did prepare presentation slides that were submitted to committee, and you'll see there's 2 maps on the file. You'll also note that on the first map, you'll note that there's properties within the area that have FSI's grade at 0.95 or greater. You'll note that directly behind the property at 411 Arlington, the FSI is 1.13. In addition to 522 Arlington, FSI is 1.09. Across the street, directly across the street from the subject site, at 633 Rushton, it was approved at 0.955 FSI. And what you find is that, and in addition to that, what you see is that the second map shows properties that have been highlighted in purple, and that represents properties that have the reduced side yard setbacks less than the bylaw requirements of 1.2. And majority of the properties within the area, this neighborhood I would characterize as a very tightly knit neighborhood, has reduced side yard setbacks either on one side or on both sides, majority of the cases, of less than 1.2 meters. And in addition to that, after speaking with planning staff on this application, the only recommendation that planning staff was seeking, or direction that they were seeking, was to ensure that the building itself was pushed closer towards the west side of the property line, closer to the, I guess, on the right side of the property, and to ensure that there's a greater distance to the east of the property. So we have done that, and you'll note that planning staff has not written any reports indicating any objections to this proposal. With regards to the building length itself, you'll note that the area that's been highlighted in green, the building itself is 17.71 meters in length. And the additional part is the covered deck. So it's not an enclosed structure. It's basically enclosed. It's basically a covered deck at the rear, which makes up the majority of the variance that's being sought for building length and building depth. And if you look at the side elevation, which is the next slide, you'll see the extent of that of the variance that's being sought beyond the 17-meter mark. So the building itself is 0.71 meters beyond that red dashed line, and then the remainder of the variance up to 20.46 meters is the covered porch or deck that's being covered at the rear, basically supported by 2 posts. So it's not a massive a structure, it's a see-through structure, it's not enclosed in any way, and from an impact perspective, we believe this is an appropriate proposal. And given the context that's been located beside an apartment, a walk-up apartment immediately to the east, to the west, which is where the building is situated closer to, you'll note that the length of the building itself is consistent with that building towards the west. With regards to the parking pad variance that's being sought, you'll note that Transportation and Parking Authority have written comments indicating that they have no issues with front pad parking being provided on this property. And if this application is approved, my client will be endeavoring to seek those appropriate permits to get the front pad parking on the property.
Can I get you to wrap up? You're at 5.5 minutes.
Sure.
Thanks.
No problem. So I'll wrap up by saying that I'm not sure if there's anybody else speaking, but this is a proposal that is very consistent with what's been approved in the area. It's consistent with what's been built in the area, especially if you look at the pictures that have been provided, similar type of architectural styling, similar type of mass. And in this particular case, this is more than appropriate proposal that can be facilitated on this property and does meet the 4 tests.
Okay, I'll have you back after we hear from the 3 speakers I have listed here.
Sure.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Chairman, can I ask a question first?
Yeah, go ahead.
You indicated, I thought, to the chairman that you didn't have revised drawings for us to look at. What were we looking at on the screen right now? Those drawings then are not up to date?
So, sir, the site plan, the only thing that changes on the revised set of plans is the overall building height, which has been reduced down from 10.98 meters.
Okay, I want to get this straight. Can we pull up the one you're talking about, and can we,
Sure.
I would like to know what it is we're looking at. So this has changed in height, is that right?
Correct. So the original submission had a overall building height of 10.98 meters. And it's been reduced down to 10.32. And you'll note that there was never a variance for the overall building height. The building height requirements is 11 meters in this neighborhood. However, to satisfy the neighbors, to be neighborly and to ensure that the neighbors have been satisfied, we would reduce the overall building height to 10.32.
And then you mentioned that you were either expanding or making the dormer narrower. I can't remember which, and
Correct.
you
So
were
we're making
installing Juliet balconies instead of screens. Can you go through that again too?
Sure. And you'll see on the front, this elevation that's before you right now, the width of the area of the dormer has been reduced up to maximum 40%. And that's what's reflected on that plan that's before you right now. In addition,
So that's accurate there. That's the proposal.
Correct. So the plans that have been submitted dated February 21st, revision number 3, which is on file and which was submitted yesterday, reflects all of the changes that have been done to satisfy the neighbor to come to an agreement and settlement on these plans.
I'm sorry, just 1 second. So are these the plans on screen? Are the ones we got late last night that the committee never, we didn't get them in our packages? Okay.
That's correct,
So what
Madam
you're
Chair.
looking at on the screen, Carl, came in after our supplementals went out. So those are the plans he's referencing.
So these are the most, I thought he said this wasn't the most recent.
Well, my understanding
This is the most
from
recent
staff
one?
is that
It is.
these are the recent ones that they are showing. We never had them though. But what's on,
Okay, and you did a Juliet balcony on the back instead of a full screen around the deck. Is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Can we look at that as well? I just want to make sure I've got it right.
Yeah. So that shows the Juliet balcony at the front, which is the left side, and the Juliet balcony at the rear. On the
And
right.
you reduced the length of the building as well, right?
No, sir. None of the variances changed with the exception of eliminating variance number 1.
Okay.
So the building itself is 17.71 meters. And there is the covered deck at the rear, which results in the building length and depth being 20.46. But once again, it is in the building itself is in line with the adjacent property towards the west. And the majority of the portion that accounts for the building length and depth variance is this covered deck at the rear, but it's supported by posts and it's an open, freely open. It's not a single solid structure.
No, got that for sure. Okay, thanks very much.
okay, so now I'm going to go to the
I
office.
have-
Yeah, go ahead, Lisa.
Sorry, I just to follow up. I think you were talking quickly, so I didn't get which neighbors were in agreement with this new proposal.
So there was 4 neighbors in opposition at 425 Arlington, 440 Arlington, 628 Rushton, and 637 Rushton. All 4 of those have, based on these revisions that I summarized, are now in support of the application, and they have signed letters of support indicating based on these changes, they are in support now. And I do believe there was one additional letter of opposition that came in late, addressed 623 Rushton, and I could speak to that if they decide to speak on it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Ty, did you say 630 was in support or not? Did you, was that
Uh,
one?
s- no, 628 and 637 Rushton,
Okay, so,
and
but not,
425 and 440 Arlington.
okay, I'm just looking at my list here. So 630 was not part of that. That's all I
No.
want. Okay, all right, thanks. Okay, so I want to go to the last one first then, Bonnie? Yeah.
Bonnie, you've been unmuted on your, so you can try to unmute yourself on your device.
Yes, thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
I can you just give me your address and name for the record? And then, based on my understanding, can you confirm that with the revisions made that you are now in support?
Yes, my name is Bonnie Shetler. I'm resident and have been for a very long time at 425 Arlington Avenue. And as a long-term homeowner in the Cedarvale area, I would really like to commend the members of the COA for enabling and supporting the transparency of this process in Toronto. It's an exceptional process, and we are all very grateful to each of you for the tough jobs you do. I do support the application as it's put forward. The letter I signed had 8 individual points. The homeowner has agreed to those points, and on that basis and that basis alone, I now support his application.
Okay, thank you very much. Panel members, any questions of the speaker? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Shetler. Okay, so now the other speaker that we have, is it Cindy?
Hi there. Hi, I'm Cindy. I'm actually speaking on behalf of my mother-in-law, So Kin Ma.
Hi, Cindy. Do you have
hi.
a last name?
Yes, sure. Duong, D-U-O-N-G.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so my in-law, So Kin Ma, and her husband, they live in 630 Rushton Road, so just right next to the proposed property. And they've been living here for over 35 years. And right, so this is actually our first time attending this type of hearing. I'm not familiar with any zoning or bylaws. I could only speak on how it impacts our property. So in our property, as you can see on the site plan, we're about 1/4 the size of the proposed property, right? And what happened is that on the east side of our property, there's no window at all. But on the proposed property side, we have about 7 windows. So as you can see, the proposed property is towering our property. So there's not going to be any natural light, much light anyways, coming into our property, as well as, right, so we're basically in the shadow. And also the property is extended so far back, probably about like half the size of our backyard. So it's going to be covering like most of our backyard. So it's, yeah, so my in-law likes to garden and plant. So if there's no light coming or not much light coming in, it's going to impact them a lot. Yeah, I don't know what to say, but yeah, those are the issues that we have or concerns we have with the proposed property. And also, like, privacy is pretty much gone, because with a balcony and Juliet balcony that high, when we're in our backyard, there's no privacy at all. Or even through the windows, there's no privacy at all for us. Okay. I guess that's all we have to say is, yeah, how it impacts us. And I don't know if there's any way to adjust or anything that we can do.
Okay, well, first of all, panel members, any questions of the speaker? No. Okay, let me see what the applicant has to say about your concerns. I guess there hasn't been any conversation with the applicant by your in-laws, right?
Well, they did come by, but it's just that at the time, we just couldn't, it doesn't view, like, I don't know, I guess we never really thought about it. And then until we look at how all windows is on that side and there's no window on the other side. Right? So I'm like, oh, what are we gonna do? I don't know. That's why we can't just sit back and ignore. So we just have to speak up.
Okay,
Yeah.
understood. Okay, well, thank you very much for your feedback, and I'll go back to the applicant now, or the agent, rather.
So having listened to the concerns, let me address the height and massing of the proposal. You'll note on the elevation, the side elevation, the third story doesn't extend the entire length of the building itself. You'll only note that it covers a third of the building at the front. So the portion of the building that would be extending beyond the rear wall of the adjacent house is a two-story element. In addition to that, the building itself, as of right, it could be a three-story going the entire length of the building at 11 meters. And you'll note, as indicated before, we did reduce the height from 10.98 to 10.32 to address the concerns of the neighbors within the area. And once again, the building length itself is a 0.71 meter encroachment beyond the 17-meter mark, and the deck itself is just covered, and it's not a solid element which would contribute to any massing towards the adjacent properties. Given also the tightly knit nature of this neighborhood in terms of the side yard setbacks and the way in which the buildings have been deployed on the properties from a front yard, side yard perspective, side yards perspective, and even building heights, in terms of overviews and any privacy concerns, is one in which is something that is anticipated and expected that views will occur onto neighboring properties within this area. And given the built-up nature and the development context or the development pattern that's occurred in this area of similar types of housing, new and old, three-story elements, having different size pitched roofs within this area, more than contributes to the fact that this is a proposal that would contribute to the stability of the neighborhood as a whole. We understand that there is concerns about my client did reach out to the neighbors at 630 at Rushton Road, gave them their numbers, and like they said, they just never called back for whatever reason. But my client has been very diligent in terms of this proposal to ensure to work with neighbors in the area, work with staff, and you'll note by the various correspondence and the revisions and the efforts that was made to come to a resolution with the neighbors has resulted in a plan that's more than acceptable within this neighborhood, and is a proposal that does meet the core tests of the Planning Act.
Okay, thanks. Any questions, panel members? No? Okay, let's take it into committee then. Any comments? Ms. Hayes?
My only concern with respect to the application is the length and depth variance as it relates to the covered porch at the back and the cumulative impact on the massing. Yes, it's not closed in on the sides, but with a solid roof, it does represent to me a little bit of overstep and impact on both the neighbors. With respect to the height, there is new construction on that street that's, 2 stories or 3 stories with a step back, so I'm not concerned about that. My only hesitation is with respect to the length and the depth variance.
Okay, anyone else? Okay. Mr. Clay?
Sure, I'll weigh in. First of all, I just wanted to commend, the applicant for reaching out. We did get an awful lot of letters in opposition for this file, which did raise some concerns. it's good to see an applicant, even at the 11th hour, reach out and try to mitigate some of those concerns. And in this case, I think they did. I found it interesting, you know, normally we often like it when we see massing limited at the front and pushed to the rear. In this case, the massing is actually limited in the rear and moved to the front, which oddly enough is acceptable, but also will help address some of 630's concerns about light and obstruction. I get what Joanne is saying. I think she makes a really good point. I'm not sure I am as concerned about that. I do think it is open, and while there is a little bit of shading and it does have a visual impact, I think, you know, we often see these kinds of applications where there is a covered patio or a pergola in the back, and generally they seem to be in keeping with the nature of the construct. So I'm open to everyone else's views, but I'm not disinclined to support this application.
Okay. Ms. Valentini.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to abstain from voting on this application. I've had too many internet connection issues during the presentation that I've missed, I think at this point, too much of the comments from committee members and the neighbor. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to abstain. I've missed so much of it. I don't know. My computer keeps freezing.
Okay.
So
thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone, Mr. Niffel?
Madam Chairman, I don't have any difficulty supporting this, and I'm not as concerned with the covered deck as Ms. Hayes is. It is open. I think it makes sense. We have very hot, sunny summers. I know it's hard to remember what they're like, but covered deck can make all the sense in the world. I think that this project fits in admirably with the community and has been sensitively designed. I don't have difficulty supporting it, and unless anybody else wishes to raise another concern, I'd like to move approval of the application subject to Forestry number 3, and there's two transportation conditions as well. One dealing with boulevard parking and another one. Subject to those conditions, I believe this is a reasonable development and clearly meets the 4 tests.
And also it would be as amended with variance number 1 removed.
Yeah, my mistake. Sorry. Yes, and I wanted to add one other thing, but I wanted to get the Deputy Secretary Treasurer's advice on it. It seems to me that given the negotiations around changes and the revised plans, that we should tie the approval to plans, but we don't have the plans. Can we tie it to the plans that we don't yet have? I just think they've been negotiated in such detail, it would be unwise to not attach them to the approval.
Through you, Madam Chair, we do actually have the plans. It's the plans that were up on the screen.
So would we say
So-
maybe tied to plans dated, maybe
Yes.
give us the date of the plans?
So received February the 22nd.
Okay, received.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion to approve, so the application as amended with variance 1 removed, conditions in the February 9th and February 16th transportation report, Forestry number 3, tied to the plans received 22nd of February. And Ms. Valentini abstains, and the motion's moved by Mr. Nipfel. Do I have a seconder? Seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries, and Ms. Hayes dissents. Okay, so the application is approved. Okay, item number 37 is 109 Roxborough Street West. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have email correspondence correspondence from Ravine and Natural Feature Protection, and they don't have any concerns. And I only have the agent listed as a speaker. Are you on the line, sir?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi.
This is Eddie Perez. I'm from EKP Designs. I'm here on behalf of the owners.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Perez? We have two variances before us.
Pardon me?
No, talking to my members to see if they have any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Hayes.
Just wondered what the existing FSI was. I couldn't see it on the plans, but I might have
It's
missed
on
it.
the corner. I'm not in front of the computer right now. I'm on my phone. But we're actually building the exact same footprint. We're just adding the second floor, and it's going to be similar to the neighbors. So right now it's a one-story addition in the rear. We're going to make it two-story.
Yeah. Okay, so you're well over already.
Yeah, we're over already. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I noted, Joanne, that it's at 169.53 meters square. I saw that somewhere, so
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know
on
what the FSI is, but anyway.
Yeah, it's on the drawings, but I don't have the computer in front of me.
Thank you, that's fine, thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Perez? Mr. Niffel? You're muted, Carl. Carl, haven't heard a word you said.
Pardon me. Mr. Perez, the deck that you have on the top floor is adjacent to the attached semi. Is the attached semi at that point, is it a room? In other words, is your deck adjacent to a constructed building?
No, they both have the same kind of decks. Both neighbors will be the same now. The neighbors also.
Is there a screen between the two decks?
I think we put on the drawings 1.5 screening fence. We're okay with that.
Where is that?
I think it's on the elevation. On the side elevation.
Okay.
See on the side there, it shows there's a screening fence there. Privacy fence.
Yep. It's blotted out on mine. Okay, thank you very much. That's good. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Perez, we're ready to go into committee. Anything you want to add that you feel we need to know that's not in the submissions?
Yeah, it's a straightforward application and it meets the 4 tests in my opinion. Thank you.
Alrighty, let's take it into committee. Ms. Valentini.
Thank you. In my view, I agree that this meets the 4 tests. I did note that they're adding, 18.88 meters square. It's going to match the neighbors. I don't think that this is, I do think this is in keeping with what is next door and existing. So I'm happy to support this and bring a motion forward for approval of the application. I don't know if others want the privacy screening. We could tie it to the elevations for the privacy screening if that's a concern.
I see a thumbs
I
up.
would.
Why don't we do that? So I'd like a condition, a condition that ties it to the right and left elevations. I don't know if there's plan numbers on this. I can't really tell. Wait a second.
Just tie.
Anyway,
tied
the
to
left,
the
right.
elevations. Staff is saying is fine.
Yep. It's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
And there are no other. There were no other conditions.
Okay. Ms. Hayes, you're seconding? Okay. So that motion with the condition to tie to the elevations, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 38, 38 Tiverton Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have exterior stair variance comparables and floor space index comparables from Mr. Walker, the agent, as well as massing. Email correspondence from city planning, and they are asking for a condition. And do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, I think you're the only speaker, so let me see if there's any questions for you, but just identify yourself for the record. I know I mentioned your name, but...
My name is Tyler Walker. I am the owner and the designer for 38 Tiverton, and I would like to make sure that there are 3 variances being considered, please.
Yeah, there are 3 variances. There's one for floor space index at 1.14. Another one for the rear platform will encroach 0.2 meters into the required rear yard setback and will be located 0 meters from the side, the north and south lot lines. And exterior stairs, you have the rear yard steps will be located 0 meters from the side, the south lot line. Those are your variances. And then it does indicate that the first 2 had been previously approved, so we're really looking at only 1 variance. It just re-triggered those 2 again, so. Does that satisfy
Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay.
That is perfect. Yep, thank you.
Okay. All right. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Walker? Ms. Valentini?
Just one thing to note, I see there's a planning condition that was just reiteration of the, I guess we need to put it on since it was a condition on the last application. Was there any heritage conditions for this one since it's designated or no?
Just the planning one.
There wasn't a heritage in the last hearing? Okay.
No, I
Just
don't have
checking.
anything. Yep. Okay, do you have any questions for the applicant, anyone? Okay, sir, we are ready to go into committee to make a decision. Is there anything you want to add, Mr. Walker, that's not in the submissions?
No.
Okay. And you're aware of the planning condition, correct?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, great. Okay, panel members, let's take it into committee. Ms. Valentini?
Thank you. This one has been before the committee before. It looks like a variance for some reason was missed, I guess, or for whatever reason. This is a previously approved application. I think just this additional variance is minor in nature. It meets the 4 tests, and I'd like to bring a motion forward for approval, and it be subject to the condition set out in the planning department memo.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. So motion to approve, including the planning condition, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Okay, item number 39, 106 Alton Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, covering letter from the agent, staff report from engineering, construction services, and correspondence expressing concern from number 100. I'm only showing 1 speaker for this application. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application at 106 Alton Avenue.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? No? Okay, Mr. Smith, I don't see any questions. We're ready to take this into committee. Is there anything you want to add before we do so?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thanks. Okay, panel members, Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, I did have a question for Mr. Smith.
Okay, well, let's.
One of the objections Pardon?
No, I was going to say let's come out of committee then, so you ask your question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know, the formal.
One of the objectors was talking about the overhang obstructing the current laneway, and I looked at this relative to the adjacent properties, and that doesn't seem to be the case. I was wondering if the applicant could speak to that.
No, there will be no obstruction with the overhang. Yeah, I was a little baffled by that comment, but yes, there will be nothing that will be in the way, and there are no variances for the laneway house either.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, is that it for questions then? If so, we'll go back into committee. You sure, Carl? I see you smiling, so I just want to be sure. Okay, we're back into committee then. Carl.
Madam Chairman, I don't have any difficulty with this application. I think it's very straightforward, and the laneway suite is quite commendable and simple. The only concern I had was with the objection, and I couldn't see that there was an obstruction because of an overhang, and that's been clarified by the applicant. It doesn't seem to think that that is an issue as well. I believe the addition is very minor. The variances are not substantial. And I would be very pleased to move the application subject to the standard engineering conditions, which I think are the ones that normally apply to laneway suites.
Larry, did you want to second it? Okay, so that motion is moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, we're now starting the next time slot. Do any of you need 5 minutes before we start, or you're okay to keep going? Either way, you're okay? Keep going? All right. So item number 40, 104 Yardley Avenue. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, presentation materials from the agent, an arborist report from Ashley's Tree Care. We have staff reports from engineering asking for a condition. Planning's asking for a condition. Forestry is asking to refuse variance number 3 for both of the severed properties, and correspondence in support from number 85, as well as 6 form letters in support from 60, 88, 97, 116, 127, and 137 Yardley Avenue. And I'm showing one person in opposition. Are they on the line, or you're? Yeah? Okay. All right. Do I have the agent on the line?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Ida Evangelista on behalf of the owner of 104 Yardley Avenue.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm just going to go and see if this person wants to speak just before we go any further.
Maria, you've been unmuted.
Who do you have? Helen. Helena? Helen? I thought it was me.
Hello?
You hold on. A little bit of confusion.
Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries.
Helen, you've been unmuted.
Thank you.
Hi, hi, Helen. Are you speaking in opposition?
I want to present some conditions.
Okay. Ida, are you okay? It may save a little bit of time if I have the this person give whatever her concerns are up front. Are you okay with that? Okay.
Absolutely, Madam Chair, no problem.
Okay, Helen, just state your address and then just tell us so the applicant is listening and can hear what it is you're looking for.
Yes, my name is Hélène Gagné. My address is 106 Yardley Avenue. I am next to part 2 of this plan. I want to point out that the house, the new construction, because it will be a lot divided in 2, next to my house would be closer in distance, which is 0.7 meters away from my house, which would be, sorry?
No, go ahead. I think somebody would just was swallowing loud or something.
Okay. Thank you. So I would like to propose that the house, the new construction remains at 3 feet for protection of the foundation and structure of my house. This is rather close. My house is an older home. It has an older foundation. And it also will be constructed on an elevated water table, which may cause some issues for my house as well due to the proximity. This will require also the fact that my front lawn is shared with next door, and there's part of the plan is to have a garage at the front, and that will require to dig deeper than my foundation. And so it will also require a permanent retainer wall or some way of sloping between the 2 front yards. I also notice that that the eavesdrops of my house may be impeded by the eavesdrops of the new construction due to the closeness. If it remains at this closeness, and could cause damage to my roof. Part of the plans you received did not indicate at the back my patio doors, which is on the deck, and those are my main mode of entrance, and they're just, it says deck, and those are patio doors. So for privacy, I would request that there not be any windows on that side, and also for fire safety, especially if it's that close. The fire could jump from the windows of the new construction to mine. So those are my two reasons. And another condition that I would like to present is also the, it's unclear from the plan for me whether there is an elevated deck and whether there is a privacy fence. I see that there's a privacy screen between the two houses, but not on the side of my house, since it will be at higher level because of the digging, so that it will, I will lose privacy. So I would request that there be either a high fence or a opaque privacy screen. And finally, I'd like to mention that I would, given how close this is, and I don't understand why it's not moved closer to the other property, which is close, the part A is closer to the driveway of the other neighbor, as opposed to this part 2 being so close to my house. So I would request a pre-construction inspection and survey by a qualified professional approved by the builder and myself, and in my presence, and that I get a report. And I would like, I don't know how this works, but I would like insurance that from the builder that I am mentioned on his insurance policy in case of damage during construction and after, and until my house may be sold.
I don't want to cut you off, but you should know that this committee has absolutely no jurisdiction about, for a lot of these things that you're mentioning.
Okay.
Those are things you're going to have to work out with your neighbors. We
Okay.
only deal with the variances that are before us. And, you know, we can look at, for example, conditions for privacy screening on deck, but we
Yeah.
have nothing, we have absolutely no jurisdiction over construction, foundation walls or retaining walls, et cetera, et cetera. So
What about does that apply to the closeness of the house to mine as well? I mean,
well,
I think
that's something that the agent can speak to, because once, if, you know, if there's anything else related to planning that you want to these actual variances, she can speak to your concern about, you know, the windows facing the wall and, you know, the setbacks and that kind of thing. But anything that doesn't involve these variances, you're going to have to come to some agreements with your neighbors, okay?
Sure.
So is there anything else related to the variances that you haven't mentioned then?
Well, just the porch, the front porch will be also at the same height than mine. I would just ask for a privacy screen as well, front porch and backyard.
Okay, so I'm gonna go to the applicant then and see, you know, what she has to say about some of, you've raised a lot of things here, but she'll speak to only the issues related to the variances, okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, Ida, are you there?
Yes, I am. So now the neighbor did mention the side yard setback. Actually, our side yard setback, it is 0.95. It's 3 feet 1.5 inches. It's actually even more than what it currently is. Right now, it's 0.92. So we've increased it to more than what it is. We understand, you know, she has concerns because she's at a side yard setback of 0.31 and 0.35. So I would like to reassure her and Madam Chair, members, you can see on the site plan that part 2 is at 0.95. Now, we do have a window on the east side on the second floor. It's not a very large window, but as you know, under OBC, it is a bedroom and it does require a window. I'm sure the owner who has kept lines of communications open with the neighbor, and I don't foresee a problem in making that an opaque window. We can put some opaque screening on there. And so far as the other, I can't speak to her other comments about the elevated water table. I can, and as you know, Madam Chair and members, I always tell the neighbors and my clients, best policy is you have someone go out to the property, take pictures of the exterior wall, the interior wall, and as you know, when we go through that building process, whatever engineering staff dictates on how this construct has to take place, that has to be strongly adhered to. The owner of the property, and I'm sure the neighbor can attest to, has been very open and forthcoming. We've been at this since 2019. Once he found out that the neighbors had concerns with certain problems, he actually put a pedal and stopped it, and taking all the various considerations insofar as privacy and drainage have been all taken into effect and into account when designing these homes. And that's why he came, because she is so close to the lot line, that's why he came in a little further than what he currently is. I hope this addresses her concerns. And I would like to reassure her that the owner will speak to her. They can come up with some form of an agreement so that they do have a third party on site and to take a note of everything that is going to transpire during the construction.
Okay, I would like to ask you about the forestry report and your thoughts on that.
Yes, I was going to, okay, so what's happened is, it just actually came to light to myself also. So the tree that is in question, that .20, when it was circulated, what we did now is I have submitted a revised arborist report and a revised site plan to staff that perhaps staff could share with you. So what we've done, and I spoke to Janice this morning, and we went over everything, and it's not, because what we've done now is we've narrowed the driveway and, to go around the tree so that we don't penetrate that TPZ. The tree is being protected. And, we do have the new arborist report does show that. I did share it with Forestry. She's okay with that. However, there are certain things that we will work together. So that has to, obviously, this will be a condition. Forestry will be a condition on the decision. So we have made the situation better. We've narrowed the driveway, so it's, basically on the kind of rim of the TPZ because the tree is at a .20. We will be using permeable pavers. We will take into account of the grading of the area. And so these are all things that we've now shared with Forestry. However, the unfortunate part is Janice was away. The Forestry report just came to light. She was away Friday, and yesterday we spoke this morning, but I believe we have, and I could respectfully submit that we have addressed their concerns. The tree is remaining. That's not moving. We will be protecting it. And we are in acceptance of the conditions that engineering, construction services, and planning and forestry have asked to impose those conditions.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions? Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I appreciate in the presentation material the pictures of the surrounding context with respect to built form, but I don't see a lot study included in the information that was supplied. So I'd like to understand the prevalence of undersized lots in the frontage and lot areas that you are asking us to consider.
Okay. So what we have here in this neighborhood, we have Holland, Amsterdam, Galbraith, Yardley, and Tiago, all of which I have included pictures. Now, in this area, we have lots, I'd say probably about, that are 9.14 meters and smaller, 9.1%, 9.15 meters to 11.99, about 45%. So this is an area that's quite eclectic. And this is an area that is, you know, as you saw from the photos that I included, is actually being regenerated. Like there's an investment being placed in this area.
Any lot sizes at the frontage and lot area that you're requesting?
Yes, there are. And I will share that with you. We have, just let me pull up so we have, and I'll go through them. So we have 87 Yardley is 7.80. We have 90, and I'm going to mention those that are around the neighborhood. We have 106 is 7.20. We have 90 at 7.62, 105 7.45, 115 at 7.62, 129 at 7.45, and 87 at 7.80. And there's 4 lots behind 104 Yardley that are 7.62 each lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Nifl?
I had the same question as Ms. Hayes, so thank you for that answer. The lady that spoke to us who is next door, she talked about screening, and I noticed that you have 6-foot frosted glass screens on both sides of the rear patios or the rear decks. She also wanted to have she wanted to have a privacy screen on the front porch. And as I look at the site plan, your front porch is quite some distance from her front porch. There's your front porch, and then there's the integral driveway, or the driveway and the integral garage, and then her porch. It doesn't look to me, though, as though there's a necessity for a privacy screen at the front porch, but I wanted to get your take on that.
Through you, Madam Chair. We do, so yes, you are correct. At the rear deck, we do have frosted glass privacy screening, which I believe that will meet her needs. And the porch at the front, the driveway is on her side.
Yeah.
And the porch is on the west side of the home.
Yes, I know. That's why it doesn't seem to me that you need a privacy screen. Do you agree?
I agree. Through Madam Chair, through you, I agree.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions, panel members? Seeing none? Okay. Let's take it into committee then. Ms. Hayes.
Thanks. I think with the submissions that we have, oral submissions we've received in addition to the written material, my biggest question was with respect to the lot study, because there was no information on that. I think the variances being requested and the explanation by the applicant to the concerns of the neighbor that the actual side yard is a slight improvement over the existing condition. The other variances, I believe, are not extreme, and and with respect to the forestry issue, I think with respect to the submissions of the applicant that tree will remain. I would propose still putting a forestry condition in with respect to a requirement to obtain a permit. And having said that, I am satisfied that these variances, the consent and the variances are appropriate, and I'd be prepared to support them. If my colleagues have no further comments, I would be prepared to move a motion.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to do it all together, or I'll speak to it all together. If you want to take 3 votes, you can. Okay,
No,
so
we can do it in
Okay.
one. Yep.
Okay, so I would move to approve the severance application, subject to the standard development engineering conditions. I would move to approve both variance applications, subject to the forestry condition, I think would be number 2. That was their alternative. And subject to planning condition, tying it to plan number 6, number 7, and number 9. I would like to impose a condition with respect to the driveways, further to what the applicant said that they intended to construct, use permeable pavers. I'd like to make that as a condition. And I think that is it. And that would be my
Would you
motion.
consider a friendly amendment to also provide screening of the back patios or the back decks, whatever they're called, as shown on the side elevations, because that's the one area they're identified on.
Can we just,
Yes.
Can we just tie it to the elevations, Carl? Because it's showing on them.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think we should tie it to the side elevations.
So tied to the elevation drawings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so with all those conditions, staff, you've got
Just-
everything? Yeah, okay.
A couple questions. Do we need standard consent conditions, or they just automatically
Oh,
go
I'm
on?
sorry.
Probably.
Yes,
Yeah, I
standard
don't know if you said
consent
them.
conditions, development engineering, yeah.
And in terms of the driveway, you said the permeable pavers. Was there any other condition? I think Ms. Evangelista had mentioned saving the tree by altering the driveways. Do we need something to make sure they do that? I don't know how we could possibly do that in the condition, but.
Well, but I don't know the answer to the question, but if we're putting in the condition that they need the approval of forestry,
Oh, right, okay.
that would make that happen.
Because they wouldn't get the permit without
Yes.
satisfying, okay. Thank you.
So we would be using the conditions in that second forestry report then? Which
Yes,
is-
the one-
Yeah, the
yeah.
submission to injure and,
Yeah.
yeah, okay, so that's the one we'll use. Okay, so everybody's straight on all the conditions? You've got them all, so I don't have to repeat them. So, okay, so the motion to approve the consent as well as the variance applications for both parcels has been moved by Ms. Hayes with all the conditions that she has just outlined. And who would like to second that? Mr. Nipfel? Okay, all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Hang on. Okay, sorry. Wait. Oh, really? Okay, great, thanks. Okay. All right, the next item is item number 41, 900 Dufferin Street. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, covering letter from the solicitor, previous decisions affecting the property, severance part charts from the solicitor, as well as a concept plan and a draft our plan showing the location of setback variances. We have email confirmation to waive pre-circulation. I have email correspondence from the planner, community planning, and they don't have any concerns. We have staff report from engineering asking for conditions, and we have opposition from Let's see here. I have one on Fernbank without an actual address, 1012 Archer Street. Another one without an address, and 515 Gladstone Avenue. We do not have any other speakers other than Mr. Foderick. So, are you on the line?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Oh, yep, loud and clear.
Hi there, so it's Michael Foderick. I'm the lawyer for the applicant's Dufferin Mall Holdings. We're asking for consent today and two associated sets of minor variances. And I'll explain the application, but I'll just clarify up front what I think is the heart at those quote-unquote objections that are received. There is a misunderstanding clearly that they believe that the actual rezoning and whatnot that is so, been such a topic of conversation in the community is what their comments relate to. And that's the rezoning, the official plan amendment are not in front of the committee today. I think the committee knows that, but those residents, I hope, know that as well. This is just about the consent and some simple minor variances that are necessitated as a result of that consent. There's a colored draft R plan dated October 20th, 2021. If I could beg the indulgence of the committee to pull that up, because I think it's the best plan to look at, right? Just scroll down for us so we can see the land. This is the Dufferin Mall. It's pretty well known in the city. And once the color comes in, you're going to see that the two proposed lots, one is in pink, the other is in blue. The blue is the existing mall, is going to stay, in situ, unchanged, untouched. The red is the severed parcel. Right now, that's primarily occupied by a large surface parking lot. There's also a Taco Bell there. The area in white is, if you just scroll up a little bit for us, that's a church, which is not part of our lands, but the rest of the red and the blue is. So part one, one lot will be created out of the red, and the other lot will be created out of the blue. And the redevelopment that has been the subject of a rezoning application, an official plan amendment, that's taking place over the red area. And so again, the mall is remaining in situ. And so in order to implement the development scheme, which I should add has been approved by City Council and as well as approved by the Ontario Land Tribunal on consent of all the parties. It was a settlement, it wasn't a contested hearing. We need the severance to implement that. In particular, because there are certain agreements, in particular Section 37 agreement, which will be to secure 120 units of affordable housing, a really large number for those who know development in Toronto. That needs to be secured on the development parcel, and we can't secure that on the whole mall land. So we need a severance in order to implement the deal, implement the settlement, in particular the community benefits. You've already heard that there's no objection from ECS and planning, and I think that understates it a bit. They are very keen to see that affordable housing implemented, in particular because if we don't get this done by July, Section 37 disappears, something called the community benefits charge comes in, and we will have to maybe go back to the drawing board on that affordable housing deal. So we are all motivated to get this done, and we need the severance in order, as I said, to get it done. I'll just say briefly for reference of the community, anyone who may be listening on YouTube or whatnot, if they were to refer to City Council item CC 35.21, which is July 14th, 2021, they would see that's the City Council endorsement and approval of the rezoning and official plan amendment, which again is not in front of this committee today. It was dealt with by City Council on that day, as well as Ontario Land Tribunal case number PL 200-106. There was a positive decision issued on consent of all parties, including the community groups, endorsing that scheme. So the severance I've explained. I just want to talk briefly about the minor variances, and there's another document that's going to assist with that, and it's called the supporting diagram dated January 1st, 2022. If we could just pull that one up. I think it's kind of the best one used to, not the concept plan. That's the redevelopment scheme. Again, that's not seeking approval from you today. That's shared here just for context, but it's not what's in front of the committee. This one, exactly. If we could just zoom in on that. So you'll see for each lot, there's two variances for each lot. The first variance for each lot relates to parking. And this is just one of those things that we've discovered through this consent process, that the existing number of parking spots at the mall, this big mall that has, over 1,000 parking spots, not just on the red area, all throughout the blue area in front of the mall, for those who know it along Dufferin, the actual number of spots isn't changing as a result of anything we're doing here today. We are just confirming the existing number of spots, that same existing number that has been unchanged for a very long time, decades, dare I say. So through this process, we can't account for some of the parking spots. And again, it predates my client's ownership of this property. It's probably attributable to them having redrawn the lines a few times in the parking lot, and also, areas for storing carts and accessible spaces and changing expectations around those things, pick up, drop off and whatnot. But anyway, we've discovered through this process that the existing number of mall parking spaces doesn't meet the bylaw 569/2013 imposed number, and it may just be an oversight when they drafted that bylaw, but it's neither here nor there. It's a variance that unfortunately is necessary to obtain, even though we're not changing the number of existing parking spots in any way. So you'll see that variance for both of the severed parcels. The other variance relates to setbacks, and this what this drawing is all about.
Mr. Foderick, you're at 5 minutes. Can you wrap
Oh,
up, please?
I will wrap up. I'll wrap up by saying that variance number 1 is a setback on the top left corner for an existing building, and variance number 2 is a setback you see in the middle there for an existing building. That's all it is. So it should be non-controversial. Like, it clearly meets the 4 tests, as I'm prepared to elaborate on if there's a desire to. And again, it's just implore you that this is important for us to implement the very good settlement reached with the city, that we need this severance in order to implement. I'm happy to entertain your questions and elaborate further if helpful.
Okay, thanks. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Foderick? Mr. Nipfel, did you have a question, or are you just... No? Okay, I think we're...
Nope.
Okay, so we're okay. Thank you, Mr. Foderick, for your presentation. Let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Clay.
Sure, I'll take this one. This is clearly a very technical severance, and 2 very minor variances which are necessary to complete a proposal that City Council has already approved, and comes with it a whole series of advantages in terms of affordable housing. So I don't see any obstacles to supporting this, and I'm happy to move a motion to approve. How do you want to do it, Chair? Oh, Carl, did you have a comment? Nope, Carl, everyone thinks you're doing stuff.
Yeah.
You just sit there with your hands down.
Yes, boss.
Chair, how would you like to do this? Do you want to do it all part of the same thing?
Stop saying everything at the same time.
Okay. And I'll move a motion to approve the requested severances, and I think there are engineering conditions that are tied to that.
Yep.
As well, the 2 proposed minor variances.
Okay, so the conditions in the 2 engineering reports, so Mr. Clay is moving that for approval for all 3, 41A, B, and C. Do I have a seconder?
I'm assuming we don't have standard consent conditions on this, obviously. I don't know.
Oh,
No?
we do? Okay. Thanks for raising
We
that.
do, okay.
Again,
We do.
Consent conditions, okay?
Through you, Madam
Standard
Chair,
consent?
we always just add the standard conditions, and then it's
Okay.
the extras that come in.
Okay, so we don't need to actually say that. Thank you.
I think they do it automatically if we forget. Okay, so with those 3 things, the 2 engineering reports and the standard consents, Mr. Clay moves approval on all 3 of these parcels, and seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Thank you. Item number 42. 857 Coxwell Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the September 1st public hearing. We have a copy of the revised plan, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and a copy of the survey, covering letter from the agent. We have staff reports from planning, and Forestry is asking for condition number 2. We had a letter in opposition from 38 Fairside Avenue. Before I go to the agent, do we have all of these speakers? Well, other than the owner?
Through you, Madam Chair, we have everyone except the last one, so I'm going to try to call them, but they left the room earlier, so.
Okay, can you just put me through to before I go to the agent, can you put me the 38 Fairside. I just want to see if they're actually opposed or if they're just listening.
Hello?
Hi, hang on one second.
Okay.
Okay, hi, is this, is it, who is this on the line? Is this Edward?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Edward, are you speaking in opposition to this, or are you just listening in?
I was speaking in opposition to it.
Okay, so I'll come back to you then. I'll have the applicant, the agent, do a presentation, okay?
Okay.
Alrighty, thanks. Okay, is the agent on the line?
Mr. Chair,
Hi.
member of committee.
Hi, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yeah, this is Nafisa Zangiabadi. I'm the applicant representing the owner.
Okay, can you do a presentation, please? No more than 5 minutes, starting now.
Sure. Sure. This application is to construct an addition to the side and second story of an existing one-story house. It was before committee in September, but we had some concern with our neighbors and the planning department, so we did request for deferral to address their concerns. Mainly concern of the planning department. We had 10 letters of support from our neighbors, and the 2 in opposition. One of them is still present, the other one is okay. So basically, we have 11 letters of support and 1 opposition. I'll just go through the variances quickly. We're proposing 12 variances, but out of which 5 of them is because of we're keeping the existing sidewall of the house, more than 50% of them to keep it major renovation. And so that's why we have the side yard, eaves and canopy variances, which makes 5 of our variances. So which leaves us with the other 4 variants. For height, length and depth, coverage and GFA has been significantly reduced from the previous drawings by converting the 2-car garage to a 1-car garage. And our main wall height is due in part because of the gables on top of the windows. GFN coverage are pretty consistent with what has been approved in the neighborhood before. Planning staff were okay with our changes, and they also asked to tie the drawings, to tie the decision to the drawings, which we are okay with that too. There were also a few platforms which were removed because of the privacy for the neighbors from the previous application. And as I said, we have a letter of support from our immediate neighbors and 8 others. So I believe this, with the changes that we made to the application, we now meet the 4 tests of the bylaw. And I'm happy to hear the comments of our neighbor.
Okay, thank you. Just a side note for future reference for you. In the future, when you're making changes to variances, it would be really nice if you could submit a chart that shows the before and after.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to the opposition then, and I'll have you back to answer any questions after we hear from the opposition.
Checking with you.
Hi.
Hi, Edward?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you state your name and address for the record, and then we'll restart the clock and you'll have 5 minutes.
Okay, so my name is Ed Beebe, and I'm at 38 Fairside Avenue. I'm around the corner from this house.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well, the main concern we have is that the house doesn't look like it's going to be fitting into the existing physical characteristics of the neighborhood. It's going to be approximately 150% of the lot coverage. It's going to be dramatically bigger than any other house nearby. And where it's situated on the corner, it works as sort of like a gateway to the rest of the neighborhood, and it's going to well, really change the character of the neighborhood, and I think set a bad precedent for future developments going on. You know, if we start having, you know, this scale of a building. As I say, my main concern is just the overall scale of this, and it's almost too much house for the lot.
Okay. Anything else?
And we've outlined a few of more of the concerns in the letters we sent, but with 14 variances, it doesn't appear to be minor in nature.
Okay. Did the builder consult with you at all since the last time they were before committee?
No.
Okay. Anything else you want to ask? Otherwise, I'll see if, or that you want to add. Otherwise, I'll ask the members if they have any questions.
You're interested to know why the planning committee changed their opinion.
I'd like to know a little bit more about, because I noticed just today the planning committee sent in a new letter about their own recommendations, and I don't know if anybody can speak to that or.
You mean the planning staff report?
Yes.
Well, we can put it up on the screen, and they're asking that basically the maximum height and depth be limited to 9.31 and 20.48 meters respectively, provided that they're constructed substantially in accordance with the plans submitted. So they want it tied to the plans submitted, so they can't make any changes to the height or depth. That's what planning is asking for.
Curious.
I don't think they can tell us though. Okay.
So because they did make a lot of revisions to the application. Unfortunately, you have to kind of have them side by side and figure it out yourself. That's why I had asked them to, in the future, provide a chart that shows the changes they made from the last time they were before us.
Okay. Yeah, because the planning staff had initially requested that it did not go ahead, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you just from my notes, they reduced variance number 3 from 60.03 to 51.77%, and then variance number 4, they changed the height from 9.47 to 9.3. They removed variance number 5, which at that time was some for the south sidewall height. And variance
variance number, sorry.
Yeah, no, and then they changed variance number 6 also. Sorry, I think it was 23.98 meters, if I'm not mistaken. And then on the next page, almost every variance, there's a change to it. There was a variance removed, which was for the platforms.
Right.
Just say that you should get that still. It's too much house for the lot. It doesn't fit.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, they have been open to making some changes, and I know that one of the changes they made was, as they said at the outset, scaling back the garage to open up a little bit more of the lot. I mean, the lot is still about 150% of what the bylaw is.
Right. So you still, it sounds like you feel like it's too big for the lot still, regardless of the changes they made. Is that basically the gist of it? Okay.
And I'd say that's exactly it.
Okay. Well, let's see what the agent has, because we're over 5 minutes now. So let's see what the agent has to say, and then the committee will make a decision based on what they've heard. Okay, but thank you for your input.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, do I have the agent on the line? Did we lose her? Okay.
Hello?
Okay, I can hear you now.
Okay. I hear the concern for the size of the building. compared to the lot size. But if you look at the site plan, this is a narrow, short lot, which with the existing building footprint on it. So we're building on top of the existing footprint. Basically, we're squaring off the existing footprint just on one side, keeping the other two sides, and adding just a one-car garage to that with no space on top. So that is just a small addition to the footprint of the building, and because of the shape and the size of the lot, that's why the numbers looks a little bit odd. But we know that it's located in a designated neighborhood area, and that's why we had that back and forth with the planning department for about 2-3 months to reach to something that is reasonable for the neighborhood, which they accepted that. Try to remove as much as possible for the variances, reduce the number of that, and I say as out of 10 variances, 5 of them are because of existing walls, and the other 5 are just been reduced dramatically from the first committee. So I believe we did our best keeping the design as much as our client wanted with this with the limitation of the site plan in terms of width and the depth, and trying to fit into what is desirable for the neighborhood and the planning staff. So I believe it's the variances that we're proposing now are minor in nature.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, any questions? Mr. Nipfel? And then Ms. Valentini, you have a
Could
question?
you tell me what could you tell me what the existing lot coverage is? And it is a substantial addition. If I'm correct, you're adding to the east and to the north. So I would like to know where the proposed addition is on the east. What exists there at the present time? Is that a driveway, or is it on-site parking, or what?
No, the parking was inside the building, so we're just to the east. We're just adding one-car garage. So a parking space is going to be added on the east side, with no living space.
Okay, but where do you? But given the drawing that's on the screen now, that the shaded area is the existing building. Where do you park now?
Inside the footprint on far east to the existing building.
Yeah, so within the eastern portion of the existing building. So you're moving the garage further to the east.
Yes.
And what is the existing lot coverage at you currently have?
1,300 square feet is the existing footprint, almost.
And what is that in terms of coverage? Because you've got a variance for coverage.
One moment, I will just calculate that. 35% is the existing lot coverage.
So you comply with the bylaw at present.
No, existing. You asked for the existing coverage.
So at present, you've got 35. You comply with the bylaw, and you're asking for 51.77 now.
Yes, correct.
That's a fairly large addition.
It is in terms of the footprint, but it doesn't add to the GFA of the building, at least at the garage part. It only adds to the GFA of the building and the north side of the building, which basically is squaring off the building. And this is
well, it does affect the person that was an objection. He was arguing that the building seems out of scale with what's in the neighborhood. I'm responding to that, and it clearly it's a much bigger building than what you've got at present, and the elevations, in my view, clearly show that.
It is larger, but as I said, we did consult with the planning department to keep it as what is reasonable in the neighborhood. I understand, because the existing house itself is just the maximum coverage. So just adding even a little part to that is going to increase the coverage.
Yeah, but you're not adding a little bit, you're adding a lot. So that, anyway, yeah, I've got my answers. Thank you.
Ms. Valentini?
Sorry, is it my turn to go?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I was going to ask that question, but so then now I understand where the existing garage is. That's becoming part of the top up of the house, and then there's a garage being added on top of that as well, right? In terms of the footprint?
The garage, there's nothing on top of the garage, but the garage is going to be added to the footprint.
Sorry, it's cutting out or I can't hear you.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yeah, maybe it's my internet. Sorry.
Yes, the garage space is going to be added to the footprint to the east side, but there's nothing on top of the garage. There's no living space, it's just the garage.
No, I'm not talking about the new garage. Right now, there's a side garage on the house. So
yes,
that's being part of the whole footprint of the house, and then the new garage is added on the side. Okay,
yes,
and then in terms of the height, is there other properties that are of similar height? It seems like kind of a low scale height in terms of height neighborhood along this portion anyway. Is there anything comparable? I know it's on Coxwell, but there's a lot of bungalows.
Yeah, there were a few which I don't have the address right now with me, but based on those, the planning department suggested to reduce the height, which we did, and we are only at about a foot more than what is permitted for the overall height. And as for the main wall height, we do comply with the height to underside of the eaves. We did reduce that too. So 931 is our reduced number now.
Okay.
Ms. Hayes?
And do you have any examples of coverage in the area that are similar?
Just give me one moment. Yes, we actually had some pictures too. Give me one moment. I'll just pull them up.
It's a loud vacuum now. What are we waiting for? A number?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm just trying to pull up the houses similar to this. I had the address.
Okay.
I cannot find the address now, but there are some examples similar to this, which you brought up to the attention of the planning staff.
Okay, Ms. Hayes, did you have a question?
I have a couple questions. Firstly, with respect to the garage, you say there's no space above it. Why is the garage so high then? Has it got a loft for storage in it?
They're going to use it as a storage, yes.
And it's a single car garage?
Single car garage. It used to be double, we made it single, yes.
Okay. With the existing home, there's a single car garage that's probably unusable because of the width. But I also noticed there's hardscaping beside it. How many are you proposing that all cars for this home will be able to fit on that driveway?
And just one.
There's only one car?
Yeah, on the driveway, yes.
Okay, so this house, first and second story are 3,215 square feet added to the basement's 4,839 square feet. That's an awfully large home for this lot and I think even this area. There is, I understand the lot is a little bigger. What's the size of the house on Baker, on the corner, right beside you? Do you know what that is?
See if I can find that out. On Bishop, no, I don't have it on the survey, no, but I have the one next to us, which is similar to, it's an old house, it's not a new construction. It's same as our footprint.
Thank you.
I don't have the one on Parker, though.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Niffel?
I have a similar question about the garage. I had some difficulty figuring it out. It's shown in the plans as being in the basement, but in fact, you go from the basement rooms and you go up a stairway in order to get to the garage. So the garage is basically halfway between the basement and the first floor. And then the actual garage massing is almost a story and a half. Well, it is. It's a story and a half high. So the space above the car park is a substantial area. I really have some difficulty with that. It's not like a place where you put a few skis. It's got windows and it's got it's a great deal of space. That's not going to be used for anything other than storage. It's a very big storage area.
No, the garage, like the space on top of the garage, it's clear height, it's almost 14.5 feet. And the garage door, we're having at 8 feet. So whatever we have on top is almost 7 feet. And it's going to be used as storage. It's not going to be used as any other space. That's why they wanted to use it, because, as I said, they have a family of 4 and the kids are getting married. They're all going to live in the same house with their in-laws. So that's why they needed storage space.
So there's not going to be a car elevator in there or anything? It's just...
No, nothing.
And only...
I have some difficulty with that, given the mass of the building is really substantial, and I'm looking at all the elements that add to the mass, and that space above the garage is one of them. Anyway, thank you for clarifying.
But I can assure you there's not going to be any, like, it's just going to be storage. No space is going to be used on top of the garage. And nothing would fit in there. It's just 7.5, almost 6.5, almost 7 feet. And that's, we did try our best to just revise the drawing based on after the previous meeting. So I think we just try to keep whatever our owner wants with this, his family, and trying to keep it as much as we could with the planning recommendation, and they were okay with that. Okay. And as I said, we have 10 letter of supports. Our immediate neighbors also in support, and they had no concern with that. Especially with the garage, we talked to our neighbor who's affected with the side yard, with the rear yard setback, and they said they were okay with the new proposal. And they were even okay with the previous one, but like with this one, of course, they're okay.
Any further questions, panel members? Okay. All right, let's take it into committee and make a decision on this. Ms. Hayes. Oh, hey, stop. I forgot. We have one person who wants to speak. Okay. Ms. Martin? Hello?
Susan, you've been unmuted. So if you can try to unmute yourself on your device.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, can you please identify yourself, name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Susan Martin. I live at 26 Fairside Avenue.
Okay, you have 5 minutes starting now. You're in support of the application, is that correct?
I am in support of the application. I'm one of the neighbors in the near community that the owner consulted with in the first round of applications, and I sent a letter of support at that time for the Committee of Adjustment meeting in September. Unfortunately, I missed the deadline, and I wanted to attend the meeting today to support the application going forward. I've lived in the neighborhood for 29 years. I know the family. We are very much in support of this family being able to stay in the neighborhood and to build a home that will support their growing family. The neighbors immediately adjacent across the street are also in support of the application, which I think is an important factor for the committee to consider. This is a neighbor. This is somebody who's lived in the neighborhood for a number of years. This is not a developer coming in and changing the character of the neighborhood. I do agree it's a large building, but I also feel it's very important for the neighborhood to come together and support a family wanting to stay in a multi-generational home. So I hope that the committee takes that into consideration when you're doing your deliberations. As I read the planning report, the planning department is also in support of the application. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. Okay, let's take it into committee for a decision.
Madam Chairman?
Yeah.
Before we vote, I'm sorry for this. I think I need to declare a conflict of interest. I know the last speaker.
Okay, so you're declaring a conflict? Okay. Okay, so you're going to step away then from?
Yep.
Great. Okay, panel members, we're in committee. Ms. Hayes and then Ms. Valentini.
Okay. I'll start. I do appreciate the efforts of the applicant to make changes to the application from the first iteration. I do appreciate the constraints that this lot has. I do appreciate that there is some support in the neighborhood. Having said that, however, I believe that cumulatively the variances being requested, especially with respect to the FSI and the lot coverage and the height, I can't support this application. I think it is an overbuild for the context of the lot and the context of the neighborhood. Those would be my initial thoughts.
Ms. Valentini?
I think Ms. Hayes has pretty much covered off all the thoughts I had on in terms of the application. I also agree that this is an overbuild for the lot. It's clearly going to be the largest and tallest and largest in terms of mass house in this sort of immediate context. So I think it's not going to fit in with the existing character or context of the neighborhood. So I won't be supporting the application as well.
Okay, Mr. Clay?
I'll just start out. I'm not as concerned about this being an overbuild as my colleagues. I look at the context of this site. It's a corner lot. It has pretty substantial support from adjacent and neighbors. It's across the street from an institutional use. Foxwell is a very well-traveled and large arterial route. I think that the context of where it's situated, it can handle that size. I do appreciate that it is larger than many of the homes, not all, but this has been reduced. I do kind of wish that the garage wasn't quite so high, but we don't have a variance before us that actually is related specifically to that. So I understand my colleagues' concerns with this one. But I look at this a little bit differently, and I can support it.
Okay. Motion, I guess. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move a motion to refuse the application for the reasons cited.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay. I'm going to abstain to avoid a tie then, because I actually, although I do concede it's a large home, but there is a large home behind it, so I'm inclined to agree with the comments made by Mr. Clay. So I will abstain to avoid a tie, assuming Mr. Clay's dissenting on this vote. Okay, so the motion before us is to refuse the application, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Ms. Valentini. So all in favor? Okay, Mr. Clay dissents, and I am abstaining. So that motion carries, so the application is refused. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Item number 43, which this one is 108 Havelock. This is a withdrawal request. My understanding, we have nobody here speaking to this application, panel members, so we're just going to deal with the withdrawal request for 108 Havelock. Okay, so let's take it into committee. I'll need a motion. Ms. Valentini, go ahead.
Thank you. I have reviewed the small amount of materials we have on file, and most specifically the letter requesting that the application be withdrawn by, it looks like, the owner. So on that basis, I'd like to bring a motion forward to withdraw the application and to close the file.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay, so motion to withdraw, moved by Ms. Valentini, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, final item today, just give me a second, is item number 44, 25 St. Clarence Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the January 12th meeting, as well as the materials that were submitted then. We have a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. This matter was deferred at that time because the sign wasn't posted. I don't have any conditions from staff, and I don't have any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, I'm here. Jason Deltroy.
Hi, thanks for your patience. I don't think.
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah, really. All right. I don't think we have any questions. We have two variances before us. Do you have any questions, panel members, for the agent? No?
I do want to make a comment, however. In the PPR that we received, it was incorrectly calculated by the zoning examiner. It notes it as 32% of the rear yard. In actuality, and according to the survey that was provided in that PPR, it's actually 10% rear stock landscaping, not 32%. And which makes it no worse than its current condition. It's currently patio stone, some natural stone that has aggregate in between that allows for filtration, and some small gardens.
So just to be clear here, so then variance number 2, are you amending that to 10%? And then
Absolutely, yeah. So my understanding with the PPR process and what's described on the website is that it cannot be amended once it's supplied. So the only way to amend that is through in my understanding is through this discussion right now.
Okay, so can you give me the square meters then? So are you amending variance number 2 to 10% with whatever the square meters are? Because we would need that too.
Yes, absolutely. So the backyard currently as it sits, not including any ancillary structures or decks or anything else, is 889 square feet. I can give that to you in meters if you like.
Yeah, so what I need is exactly what you're amending this variance to.
Absolutely. So it would be a 10% rear soft landscaping requirement.
Right?
So
In square meters.
absolutely. So it would be 89 meters square.
And that's an existing condition, you say?
Sorry, it would be 9 meters square, not.
Through you, Madam Chair, it appears that he's making this variance worse than what has been notified to the residents. So then we would have to do a deferral to re-notify.
Circulation.
So in this case, based on the fact that we have a PPR that cannot be amended, how would we then submit the zoning, like the PPR with the application?
Pardon, repeat that question?
So on the City of Toronto website, for example, it says it's basically a one-time shot. You submit the PPR, it cannot be amended. You take that zoning notification, you include it as part of your Committee of Adjustment application, and it can't be amended. So it's not a zoning certificate, for example. There's a difference between the two.
No, so a preliminary project review is a one-time review. You're not allowed to make revisions to have another review. You would have had to do a zoning certificate. But if the PPR is stating that it's not 10% at 9 square meters, then you can submit that, but we'll have to defer the application for recirculation.
So, okay.
So did you change something on your plans?
No, nothing was changed. The problem was the calculation that was done by the zoning department. They assumed the entire backyard was soft landscaping, even though the survey says concrete, I think, or hard landscaping. So it was assumed incorrectly on the zoning notice that everything was soft, even though it says concrete patio.
Okay, so basically what I'm hearing from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer is that we have to defer it because it's on paper here, it's worsening the variance, so that means it has to be recirculated. And I'm guessing that the ability to get it on an agenda sooner rather than later is going to depend how quickly you fix it and come back with the accurate zoning review, I guess.
So it's showing, we can show it quickly on our drawings. The issue, again, is the zoning notice. The zoning notice says 20%. We have to follow what's in the zoning notice, right? That PPR notice that we receive. So we can't amend that notice.
No, you'll have to have conversations with the zoning examiner. But the variance that we have before us right now reads, in this case, 32%, which is 20.08 square meters of the rear yard will be maintained as soft landscaping. That's not the case, so we cannot move forward.
Like, unless you're planning to create that amount of landscaping, right? Then we can go ahead with it.
Yeah, we would essentially have to rip out the entirety of the backyard and make it all soft landscaping in order to comply with this requirement.
Right. Which would be good for the environment, mind you, but, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
The client may not be too happy.
My clients are actually on the call at the moment.
Well, I think the issue is, do you want to move
The
forward?
one other thing you,
Yeah? I don't even know who's talking right now. Is it Carl? Okay.
oh,
go-
sorry, it was
No,
me.
no,
I was
go-
going to
go
say
ahead.
the other thing, the other thing to consider perhaps is, if this is deferred and it comes back, the variance reads very badly. 50% is the requirement and you're only going to provide 10%. You might, if you're going to have a deferral anyway, you might want to investigate whether there are areas in the backyard that you can in fact change from hard to soft landscaping to get the percentage up. 10% isn't very much.
So my clients are on the call, and I hate to do this kind of in committee, but understanding that we're the last ones here, would it be possible to ask them if it's acceptable to them to just meet the requirements that are in the variance right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Julie and Kate are on the call.
Okay, so you can ask your client. And if they have stuff going in the background, they have to shut it down or turn the volume down, or it echoes.
Can't get in.
Yeah, we can hear you, Kate.
Hi, can you hear us? Thank you, you unmuted me. It would be difficult for us to meet that requirement because the whole point of our renovation is to make this wheelchair accessible for me. And if we turn the whole backyard to soft landscaping, I won't be able to get from the garage to the house. So right now we have raised beds for gardens and shrubs, and patio. And one of the reasons that we are redoing our garage is because right now it doesn't have a door that I can use. And it's also sticking 3 feet out into the alley, which is an inconvenience to us and to our neighbors. So we're just trying to do something that's usable, that has an automatic door, and we're going to have a hard path from that garage to the back of the house. Otherwise, I won't be able to navigate it with my scooter, and then there's no point really in having a garage.
I think
In addition, the space between the garage and the laneway, you can't make that soft landscaping either because you need to be able to drive over that. So it doesn't appear that you could in any way accommodate what is before us. You're going to have to recalculate it.
You know, it's kind of ironic because we have in front of our house an enormous perennial garden, but of course it's not included in this assessment.
And I'm not totally clear on what the confusion is, but if you look at the existing garage, we aren't actually really building anything that is any bigger than what's existing, but the problem is that what's existing encroaches on the laneway and is an annoyance to all of our neighbors who use the laneway. It's basically a dilapidated shack that's not very usable, but also in everybody's way. So all we're really trying to do is move the garage
out of the way,
out of everyone's way, but allow us to park a car and Kate's mobility scooter in the garage. But we've done everything we can to maintain gardens in our backyard in what is really a tiny Toronto lot.
So would the committee be amenable to, say, crushed aggregate along the rear, between the garage and the rear lot line, which would allow for filtration, and between the man door and the rear door of the house, potentially a semi-permeable paving stone, so that we can use a scooter to get into the rear, but it also allows for the penetration and it meets the requirements that are set forth in this variance?
In fact, it doesn't meet the requirements of the variance because it's a good idea, but the permeable pavers and the crushed gravel, although you're right, they meet the objective of trying to allow for permeation of water down, they're not considered soft landscaping under the zoning bylaw.
I have a question. As you were saying, Mr. Knipfel, if the 3 feet right now between our garage, our existing garage and the alley, right now, obviously that's, if we move it back so that we have that 3 feet, sorry, obviously we don't have it right now with our existing garage, but if we move our garage back and we have that 3 feet, it needs to be something that people can drive over, but are we able to use something permeable there? Because legally that's still part of our lot.
So crushed aggregate, for example.
Yeah, I think the problem is, and I stand to be corrected by the Deputy Secretary Treasurer if this is incorrect, but my understanding is that crushed gravel and permeable pavers, although they're well intended, they're not considered soft landscaping under the zoning bylaw. So they wouldn't, to the point that we're discussing, they wouldn't help you with the numbers.
Okay.
They're a good solution for drainage, but what we're tossing around now, is there any way that you could comply with the variance that we have in front of us? And it doesn't look as though there is.
No, not without permeable pavers, without crushed aggregate, there's no way to make the numbers work.
Sorry, can I just ask one more question then? I understand what's been explained. Thank you for going through it with us. I've spoken to my neighbors. I have 17 signatures, and I've probably dropped off that many letters as well. Everybody is supporting our project. It really doesn't impinge on anybody else, and I'm sure people would love for us to get our disgusting garage out of the alley so that they can get by. And especially our immediate neighbor has trouble parking because our garage is too far forward. But when this comes back, I understand we can't proceed, but in terms of making sure that we're successful when we're rescheduled, is that your suggestion then, that we should use crushed stone aggregate in the space between the new garage and the alley?
I was going to ask.
I think.
No, I was also going to say that when you come back, is there any percentage in the purpose that you also state that for accessibility reasons that there is, you know, some kind of a hard surface, whatever it ends up being, permeable pavers or the crushed stuff, but that it actually shows that there is a need for that when the application comes back? Because as was stated previously, like, we're looking at a really, or whatever panel it is, going to be looking at a really low number.
Right.
Through you, Madam Chair, when they come back, they can revise their site plan to show the types of materials that they'd be using, and, you know, perhaps maybe if they're successful, there's a condition tying them to the site plan, but it still won't change the situation of the 10%.
I understand, but would it be good to show that there's a need for an accessibility pathway because the person in the home needs the scooter, because that's not here, like.
They can submit that as a site plan as well as a landscape plan, and those plans can be tied.
Yeah, I just think it would make sense to justify, you know, the rationale for needing it.
So if we right now, the reason why it would be 10% is because there's existing precast or natural stone pavers. If we remove that and had just gardens and just minimize just the path, just the entrance to the garage, then our number would be substantially higher, say in the range of 20%.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the higher you come back with, the better.
Okay.
Okay. So we're all on the same page then with the deferral here?
Absolutely. Is it possible to understand when this would be deferred to? I know I may not be able to get an answer right on the spot, but.
I would say to the first available date, but again, it depends on you getting the accurate numbers from the zoning. So I think staff will do their best to put it on, you know, the earliest available agenda for you.
Okay, that sounds great. We'll revise the drawings. I'll speak to Nelson, who did the planning review, and then he'll just have to revise the zoning notice once we get the numbers.
Okay, good luck, and we'll take it into committee with Ms. Hayes. Did you want to add something, or are you ready to move a motion?
No, I was going to make a motion if we're ready for that.
Yeah, we are. Go ahead.
Yeah, and it is unfortunate that this was deferred before and it wasn't caught in between. So, you know, sometimes we hope the process is easily understood, but we can see from this discussion that we may have to do some more work in terms of public information materials and things like that. So, given that the variance that is indeed being requested is a greater variance than what the notice gave, I believe we do have to defer to, out of an abundance of caution, to ensure that appropriate notice is given of what is going to be before the committee, and I would move to defer.
Okay, do I have Mr. Niffel? Okay, so motion to defer to the earliest available date, depending on when the applicant's able to come back. Moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Niffel. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously, and the committee stands adjourned at 7:13. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Have a good night, all.
Have a good evening.
Thanks, guys.
See some of you next week.
Oh, yeah, I'll see you next week.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I'll see you guys are on next week too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Larry, no?
I don't think so.
No,
You guys
Larry,
gonna have a
I
party
think
without me?
next week.
Yeah, maybe.